So
Nerd
Do
depth.
I'm just
whatever you need.
My mic's on. It is. All right. Welcome, everyone, to the final game of the first night of the Meowrathon, Borg. Reminder that your donations enter you into a raffle for a bunch of cool stuff. You can see that at the website, meowrathon.com. But also, you can see on the bottom of the screen a bunch of things down there that you can make happen with your donations for good or ill. I feel like in this game, a lot of it's going to be ill. So feel free to donate. Put in the comments what you want to happen. And with that, I'm going to hand it off.
All righty. Thanks, Dan. Hi, my name is Matt Johnson. I'll be the GM tonight for today's Mörk Borg Dark Fort adventure. And we'll just kind of do a round robin and have everybody give a real quick introduction, starting with Robert.
Yep, I'm Robert. I'm currently running a game of Mörk Borg, and I've played other role-playing systems, mostly 5e, but I'm more interested in other more obscure systems because they're more fun, more rules light, and all that good stuff. That's about it for me.
and who is your first victim tonight, Robert?
Oh, my first victim is Kotlin, ex-royalty, very stuck up, holier than thou, hedonistic, wants to be in charge of everybody, black makeup.
Perfect. Josh.
Hey, I'm Josh. I'm part of the OD&D crew playing Deadlands with a lot of our folks. I've been part of the Meowrathon since we started during quarantine. My favorite systems, I know we're talking about experience, but I love one-page RPGs because they're kind of rule light and you can just roll with it and kind of abuse those rules. But I also I run my own 5e crew and am a player on 5e as well. So this is my first time playing Mörk Borg, but it caught my eye. I think it was on Kickstarter, right? When it originated.
Yeah, it originally was a Kickstarter project.
Yeah. I missed the boat on that, but it caught my eye, and so I'm very excited to be playing this with us. And I am playing Nifel, a wretched royalty. Things were going well until the Southern Empire of, would you say it's Suglins sank into the sea? I'm going to butcher every pronunciation because I'm super white.
It's all right. We're also in the Pacific Northwest and pretty far removed from Sweden, so it's okay.
And just a quick little thing, he's got a rotting face and wearing a mask. So just
nice.
A fun little flavor there.
Sounds like a classy guy. Cool. Hagen, tell us about yourself and your character.
Hi, I'm Hagen. I do a little bit of voice acting, and I am playing Cuts tonight, who is a Fang deserter covered in tattoos and cannot ever get to the point.
Oh, good. Lots of good group discussion in our future then. Kevin, tell us about yourself and your character.
Hi, my name's Kevin. I'm playing the character Harga, Gutterborn Scum, raised by outlaws and emaciated and pale and kind of hunched over, carried down by the silver crucifix around his neck. This is my first time playing Mörk Borg, but Josh was talking about it being eye-catching. If you haven't seen the book or like the documents that go with it, it is an eye-grabbing book, and so that's the entire thing that made me unable to look away. But this is my first time playing it.
It will burn your retinas. Every page. Wear sunglasses.
You know how many bright pink pages I had to go through to get 3 Cutses?
Probably quite a few.
It was a lot.
Yeah, hot pink and bright yellow. It's beautiful. Steve.
Hi, I'm Steve, tall halfling on the socials, and tonight here in the apocalypse, I'm going to say I'm starting off as long as he lasts, Margar, the Fang deserter, whose best friends in the world are his enormous, protruding, thick, sharp teeth.
So what we've got here, it sounds like, is 2 snobs with some money, a couple of bodyguards potentially, or sort of bodyguards,
Cannon
along for the
fodder?
ride, and then we just got a hanger-on who is just living by his wits. It's a good group, good crew. I'm excited. This is cool.
I also have a squire as part of my character thing. I just realized.
saw that. Yeah.
Yeah, and I have a court jester as well.
Yeah, so we're technically 7, not 5. Try to have fun keeping up with that. I don't
8 technically. I also have a donkey.
donkey. Yes, they like to throw in random animals. So yeah, we got a fanged deserter with a donkey. That's the beginning of a bad joke. So yeah, you've got a donkey, and so your little servants don't really come with any stats. So I think it's kind of a whatever you want to do with that type of situation. I don't even know if there's a way to kill them, to be perfectly honest. So let's talk about Borg for a minute. Since a lot of people haven't played it, it's still niche within a niche community, so it's super niche of sorts. It's growing though. It definitely has a strong community. If you ever talk to someone who does play, it's as Robert alluded to earlier, if you're getting a little tired of having to play games that have 20 rule books that go with it and that sort of thing, there's definitely an appeal. I've been playing role-playing games for a long time, since 1981 to be exact, and this definitely takes me back to the way it used to be, the old OSR thing. So we're going to talk about Borg real quick, and then we'll also talk about an option that I'm going to offer you tonight that's also unique. So Borg, it's real simple, rules light. I've already outlined for the players on Discord kind of some expectations, kind of some ground rules as far as what you can do on a turn. Some of the core things to know: combat, which is central to every role-playing game or most role-playing games. You do all the rolling. I don't do any of the rolling, which is one of the things I love about this game. And the way that works is you do the attack roll if you're attacking, and when it's the other side, when the creature is attacking you, an enemy, whatever, one of your team members, you also roll your defense. And the presumption is that anything attacking you is hitting you. It's really a question of whether or not you were able to defend yourself. So it's kind of a presumed hit unless you prove otherwise with your roll. Spells aren't spells. They're called powers, and they come in the form of scrolls, which actually have to be read. So we have 2 members of our party tonight starting off, Fang Deserters, who are illiterate, and they will not be using magic because they cannot read them. And the way that works is you roll to see whether or not you read the scroll accurately enough for something to happen. That's how spells play out. And the spells are pretty simple, generally speaking. Sometimes they have after effects, long-term effects. The other thing, going back to combat real quick, is armor. The second thing I love most about this game, armor is not the way it works in, say, D&D for context, where basically everything's a miss if you are AC 20 or more, where it's almost impossible to get hit by anything. Armor, as in real life, protects you from being more hurt. It doesn't prevent you from not getting hit. And so your armor tier, if you have armor, acts as a reduction to the amount of damage that you take. And if you get a crit hit and you're wearing armor, your armor actually goes down in armor class, or what they call a tier. So that can happen. And so that's how armor works. It is not something where it prevents you from getting hit. You'll still get hit. You just won't get hurt as much. Crits and fumbles tend to be pretty devastating either way. If you get a crit, it's double damage. If you get a fail, a lot of bad things can happen. This is especially true if you're reading a scroll. If you roll a fail, if you fumble, roll a 1.
It's extra fun.
It's super fun. Really horrendous things happen. It's like a really bad version of wild magic. What else? Combat's pretty simple. Like I said, initiative is it's you versus them. I believe, if I'm remembering it right, 1 through 3 is them, and then 4 to 6 is you, and that's as simple as that. It's pretty straightforward. And then what else do we need to know? Oh, there's a condition called broken. If you hit 0 hit points, but not exceeding 0 hit points, you are in what's called a state called broken. And if you are broken, that results in a D4, and you could die. It could mean death, but it's a 25% chance on that, and could actually result in some other things happening. None of them really particularly good, but you won't necessarily be dead. Going back to powers real quick, there are unclean scrolls and sacred scrolls or sacred powers. That's really just a flavor thing, where an unclean scroll tends to be more of the dark magic. Sacred scrolls tend to be more of the healing, that sort of thing. And let's see. Oh, when you're fighting enemies, there is a thing called morale. Morale is a number that I will gauge and keep track of. And if it is exceeded, not all creatures have morale. Some, like a lot of undead creatures, they don't have morale. They just exist. But say it's a group of goblins, for example. You kill their leader, you kill enough of them, you knock their hit points down beyond a certain point, they'll surrender, flee, a lot of things like that. Bear in mind, this is kind of a trophy game of sorts, where if you capture a creature or kill a creature and keep its body somewhere, presumably when you return to civilization or a place more civilized than where you are, you can actually cash it in. There's actually like money to be had for things like that. Bring back the head of a monster and it's worth X number of silver pieces, that sort of thing.
And do those count as normal size items?
Great question. Yeah. So as far as encumbrance and what you can carry, things like that, I'm pretty lenient, but yeah, it would depend on the scale. I mean, if you say, chopped off the arm of a creature that has value, that's probably a normal size item that you could fit in a bag. An entire corpse or an entire creature, probably not. You're probably going to need to find a cart or something to get it back to wherever you're going to cash it in.
Okay. Can you turn a humanoid creature into 6 normal size items?
As long as there's enough of you to carry those 6 pieces, sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
And we do have a donkey around, so.
And you've got a donkey. Maybe that's why they put things like donkeys in this game. That's actually I never thought about that before, but that's probably what they were thinking. How do if I kill this thing and it's worth 200 silver pieces, how am I supposed to get it back to town? Yeah, I got a donkey. Yeah, perfect.
That is what my court jester is for, is carrying.
Or if you've got a court jester, I mean, why not? What else? What else are you going to do with that guy? Boy, that's going to be interesting. So, curious to see how that's going to play out. I don't know what happens to your guys if or when your characters do die. I guess they just leave.
They flee.
Yeah. Yeah,
I'm
they're-
pushing
they're-
mine in front of danger as soon as I can.
Yeah.
If it's
Maybe that would actually be a fun thing where maybe you just become that character. That could be fun. Your master's dead. Now you're this guy.
One of my favorite things in the rule book as an option is even death doesn't want you around. Where if you die, you have a chance to come back and explain how you survived. Because death just kind of kicks you back into the world.
Yeah. Like
I don't have any characters like that, but it's an interesting concept.
I think that's a gutter-born scum thing, right?
It is. Yeah.
I see that on my sheet here.
Yeah.
It's pretty funny. I always like
that.
to imagine like you're stuffing your own body into a dumpster and you just like turn around and you're like, I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, I'd say that's pretty spot on. Yeah, that's like, no thanks. I'm good. All right, so any questions about any of the things we just covered? Besides the really good questions you already asked.
The portents. I would totally like to go all in on portents.
Okay, cool. Yeah, so portents is I have a portents deck. Shameless plug for a moment that I developed. It's a supplement to Mörk Borg, and I am offering it as an option in this game since I created it. And so the way it works is you can sacrifice an omen in exchange for a portent, but you have to do it at the beginning of play or before a new character comes into the game. And you declare that you're sacrificing an omen. I am going to say that if you only have one omen, I'm not going to make that an option because you should probably hold on to the omen. And actually, let's talk about what an omen is before we get into portents. That's probably the one thing that we haven't talked about that's unique to this game. And it's actually one of my, it's my second or third favorite thing. I really love combat, really love armor, really love omens. Omens are the closest thing in this game to a saving throw or a second chance. And they regenerate daily. So however many your character du jour has available is regenerated day after day. And so they're not, one and done, assuming you live more than one day. And so omens allow you to do a lot of different things, 6 different things actually, to be precise. And I thought I had that bookmarked and now I can't find it. That's great.
38, page 38.
Thank you. Yeah, not the easiest book to find stuff in. Okay, so
it's really pretty, but it's also
beautiful.
Hard to
read. Yeah. So you can deal maximum damage with one attack, and that's something that you can. I think there's some interpretation on that one. I would say that should be declared ahead of time, but maybe not. Reroll a die roll, yours or someone else's. So you can use that on somebody else's behalf if you're really that generous of a gutter-born scum. Lower your damage dealt to you by D6, which is considerable. Neutralize a crit or fumble. So if you do roll a fumble, you can say, nope, reroll. And you can lower one's test. So everything is a test in this game. Difficulty rating, DR. I guess we should have talked about that as well, sorry. And you can lower it by -4, which is huge. It is a D20 based system for all of your DRs. 12 is the baseline. Most challenges, base combat, base scroll reading, most tests are going to be DR12, so you have to do DR12 or better. Using an omen would reduce it by 4, so it'd be a DR8 if it were a 12. Once you get past 12, things get obviously more and more difficult. 18 is as high as most DRs go, and it's virtually impossible. Whatever it is you're attempting to do is virtually impossible. So that's an omen, and I'm going to say that if you only have one omen, you probably shouldn't sacrifice a portent because it could save your life. So don't do that. If you have more than one, we can go through the portent thing. And the way it works is you declare that you're going to sacrifice an omen, take it off your character sheet, roll a d4, and we'll go from there. So whoever wants to do that, we can do that real quick, and then we'll jump into the game. So Josh, we'll have you go first just to kind of demonstrate how this works.
That sounds great.
And I'll have you roll a d4 for me.
Okay. So I only have 2 omens, but I would like to use one of them for this.
All right. Oh, Deck of Death.
Nice.
All right. And do you have a presence modifier?
No.
Okay, so give me a d12.
12. All right.
10.
That is a 10.
Alrighty. Okay, now I am going to send this to you in Discord and not say what it is, and I'm going to let you decide if you share it. So, actually, I guess the group will see it, but if you want it to be a surprise for anybody watching the game, I'll leave that up to you. But if you want to share it, you can.
Yeah, I would love to share it just for the sake of the group. I think it also plays into the mask Nifel wear.
It's true.
So I got Black Veil. A black veil covers your face, allowing you not to be seen by any living thing for D12 turns. DR -4 to agility tests, and any undead things any undead thing regards you as an imposter, following and pointing at you for the same duration. Anything you kill during this time joins them. That's incredible.
So living things can't see you, but if there's anything undead around, I mean, something's going on, right? That guy disappeared, but that zombie's pointing at something. What?
If My Chemical Romance existed, Nifel would be leading the Black Parade with this.
Exactly. All right. Anyone else want to give that a shot?
Yeah, I'll sacrifice one of my omens.
Cool.
Do you need me to roll for the?
Yeah, give me a D4 first.
There we go. Roll D4. 2.
Okay, that is the Deck of Disease. Give me a. Do you have a presence modifier on this character?
-1, yeah.
-1. Okay, so give me a D12, and then we'll -1 on that one.
5 -1, 4.
All right, 4. Whoo, good one. One of my personal favorites. All right, I'm going to post this and let you decide if you want this to be a secret or not. And then while you're debating that, real quick, Dan did remind me, this is a fundraiser. Hopefully we have people watching. I don't know if we do or not. And we're here to raise money for Simply Cats. Presumably everybody here is a cat lover, or at least tolerates them, or likes pets in general. I am the owner of 4 cats, all of them shelter cats. I'm amazed that one of them has not made an appearance yet, but the night is young. So yeah, if you're watching, please donate. This is for Simply Cats, No Kill Shelter in Boise. So really appreciate your donations. Robert, what'd you decide?
Yeah, so I have infection rejection for the portent. Any infection somebody else has is removed, and I gain D4 hit points. I can't rest or recover hit points for D2 days, and everything hurts. Everything aches.
Yeah. So temporarily you get some hit points for somebody else's pain, and you heal them, but
I don't intend to survive for D2 days anyway.
I was gonna say, hope those hit points last once you got them, because they're all you're gonna get for a while. So cool. Anyone else? Well, we got two. No. Anyone else want to do that, or are we good?
I do just want to toss it out there. I wasn't trying to be controversial for the Meowrathon by bringing my dog up. She just happened to be in view when we were talking about pets, and it's all walks of pet life here that we support.
I'm also surprised my dog has not made an appearance, but well, like I said, the night is young. Anyone else interested in a portent or able to do that, or are we good?
I only have 2 omens, so I think I'll hang on to them.
Play it safe.
Go all in, but I feel like that's being advised against.
Yeah, people only got one.
Advisedly use my 1 omen for a portent.
I mean, it's Mörk Borg. I'll let you, but it's not a good idea.
Okay, I'll trust your judgment.
I mean, I don't know. Josh seems to think otherwise.
In that case,
I say send it.
send it. I would like to send it. I would like to send one.
All right. Now give me a D4, Kevin.
Let's see. Let's see how this works. Okay, dice. That looks like a 2 to me.
That is also a deck of disease. And do you have any modifiers on your presence?
-1.
-1. So give me a D12 -1.
Let's say an 11.
Alrighty. Good. We don't have to run a risk of a repeat on that one, which I would not allow. Although this one is eerily similar to the last one. So this is kind of cool. Although slightly darker.
Eldritch Pus. You can transfer an infection you incur to a single living target in view. The first damage you take in the next combat you engage is doubled. So I love the pus. All about the pus.
You're not infected, but you might get your head chopped off the next time you're in a fight.
So is this like a thing I possess, or is this something that oozes out of the character? It's like, what's the nature of this?
Yeah, so, man, I should really dig up the card and just show you the artwork. But yeah, it's basically like an ethereal ooze that kind of just wafts across the air and goes into your target.
Airborne pus.
Yeah, infection rejection, by the way, is one of my favorite art pieces.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
Yeah, it's got some real EC Comics thing vibe going. Here we go. This is Eldritch Pus. This is my idea for that, and then you can see it's kind of this, smoke pus that it just kind of drifts into your enemy, and they don't know what's happening.
I like the coffin shape of the cards. That's thematic.
That's a very good touch.
Thank you. Yeah, that was that took some work. All right. And did someone else say they wanted to go all in? Oh, yeah, Hagen, you said you wanted to go all in.
You know what? Okay. Send it.
All right. Give me a 4.
Yeah.
D4.
That is the deck of destruction. All right, give me a 12, and then whatever your modifier is for presence.
I may have missed it while we're doing the roll. Is this similar to the Omen, where we can use it once a day, or?
Great question. So these are one use only. However, they can accumulate, so you don't lose them at the end of the day. If you were to survive more than one day, or if we were playing multiple sessions, and you were still alive, you would still have it until you chose to use it. But it is a one and done. So once you've done the thing on your turn, you say, I'm using my portent, and whatever's on the portent occurs, then that's it. And if we were playing in person or whatever, you would actually return the card to the deck.
All right, so the D12 plus my modifier is a 7.
7 on Deck of Destruction. This is nice because we're getting a nice. Ooh. Huh. Okay. Well, this is
already.
Nope. I like your pessimism. So this is a good example where you took a gamble using your omen, and I just don't know if there's going to be an opportunity to even use it, which is part of the gamble aspect of these portents. You could probably go ahead and share it because I just don't know if this is going to be a thing. So.
Okay. Momentary Zweihander.
No.
Zwei.
That's a two-handed sword in Borg speak, by the way. And yeah. So
okay. I'm about it.
You want to share or
PR16.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so basically you can turn anything you own into a Zweihander. But it's limited.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And then
however,
you got Zweihander PTSD.
Yeah. And you got to pass a test every single time you see one. So, see how that plays out.
That's pretty fun. I really like that one.
Yeah. Yeah. It's a gamble. You may never see another one the rest of your life and be just fine. But that one day you go around a corner and just lose your mind. All right. I think we're set.
What are the damage dice of a Zweihander?
Ooh, I think that's like a D8. If I recall. Yeah, they are. That's a brutal weapon. Oh no, sorry, D10.
Oh,
that is that's
might be
a
worth the panic attack.
Yeah, that's a no messing around. Yeah, and the way they bring it into the book is just fantastic. I mean, that's the whole bottom of the whole spread. It's like it's good stuff. Good stuff. Alrighty. Well, if you're ready, I'm ready. People at home are probably ready.
Is it too late to change my mind?
No, never too late to change your mind. I mean, you changed your mind to play Borg, so I mean, you're already halfway there.
Well, I don't have a mind to change, I suppose.
Yeah, so go for it. Yeah.
4 on the D4.
Ooh, okay, that's Deck of Death. That's going to get interesting. Good, we're getting a nice all across the board. And then do you have a presence modifier?
No, I don't, and I rolled an 8.
An 8, alrighty. Oh, okay. Well, all right. This could be. This has got a lot of promise. Alrighty, this is what you wound up with.
Okay. Yeah, I'm kind of surprised that this character doesn't already.
It's pretty fitting, really. I mean, yeah, it's
Compost. You reek of decaying vegetation. Every creature within 10 feet of you violently gags for D2 rounds, resulting in 1 hit point per round, and reduces morale by 2. You are sickened by your own sweet stench. Increase your difficulty rating on all tests by +2 for D4 turns.
Yeah, you just suddenly off gas something awful, and yeah, it's just terrible. So don't stand too close to Margar, guys.
Yeah.
Keep
noted.
You stand over there.
I'll put him up with the donkey. Pull the cart.
that poor donkey is all I have. Yeah, maybe have the jester stand next to him too. Okay. Are we ready to go?
Ready.
Cool. So tonight we are playing a one-shot from a recently released Kickstarter zine. Borg, by the way, something we didn't also talk about for this game, is super zine happy. They've gone really old school and they leaned into the whole zine thing. Let me just illustrate what I'm talking about. For those who don't know what an old school gaming zine is, it's a lot of this sort of thing. It's just lots and lots of zines. Yeah, I had a lot to choose from, but I went with this one. It just came out, and I really liked it. And it is, are you ready? Borg. That's right. Yeah, a culinary themed version of Borg. And we are going to, your characters collectively have been traveling the wasteland, just seeking a new place where you can live high on the hog, so to speak. And you've got one tag along and you've got some bodyguards and you're just looking for a new place, but you keep hearing about this. You hear rave reviews about this thing called the Roving Palette. And the Roving Palette is no one's really sure exactly what it is. It's a restaurant of sorts. It is owned and operated by two very well-to-do and talented roach men that go by the names of Messrs. Groat and Pepper Whistle. And they have this ramshackle roving castle restaurant. No one's really sure. Could be mechanical, could be magical, might be a combination of the two. But you've been looking for it. You've heard that you're in the vicinity. I'm going to say this is something that's probably really being pushed by our wretched royalty. They really want to check it out. They want to be able to tell their friends that they've been there, that they had the roving palette experience. And so you've been looking for this thing in these wastelands where just constant warfare has been going on. And lo and behold, after several days of travel, you think you're starting to come across tracks that have been left by it in the bloody fields of Vorkenfeld. And you're about to reach your destination, and you can see it off in the distance. Further off in the distance, it looks like there might be what was the remains of a village, but all the buildings appear to have been collapsed or burned. You're not really sure. They're further away from your destination than the roving palette. And as I said, there are muddy ruts in these bloody fields where you have continually come across the last few days evidence of what were once mighty armies fighting, but now have been reduced to small bands of, in all likelihood, petty mercenaries still duking it out, trying to gain something, God knows what. And so you're making your way up these muddy ruts towards the roving palette.
I do want to make an announcement. We've already had 2 donations. One is make me personally squirm. That's a sibling. Thank you out there. love my sister. So I think she's trying to force my hand on Omen already, and we have a $20 donation to add portents.
Okay. So adding portents, that means that each of you can get an additional portent without sacrificing an omen.
Epic.
I'll take it.
And if that's going to be a thing, then now's the time to do it before we get any further into our narrative.
All right, I got a 1 for the D's: death, despair, destruction. What was it?
That is disaster.
Disaster. And then
I don't think we've had a disaster card yet.
1 minus 1 is a 0.
So we'll go with 1.
Okay.
We'll call it a 1. And this is one of the more interesting ones, which is saying something.
Oh, I like this one. This is disaster, you said? All right.
Yeah.
At some point, you'll find out.
Yeah, that's one we may not want to talk about out loud because it's pretty fantastic.
We'll
Okay.
save it for good time.
All right, I'll go ahead and roll. I see a 2 for the first roll and a 5 on the second.
2 and a 5. That takes us to disease. And 5. Ooh, another one you may not want to share out loud.
Yeah, I like we shared our first one. This one, whatever.
This is one I would also maybe not.
Well, I have the sniffles at least. That's all that I can get from that one, I think.
Yeah.
I rolled
Got a 4 and a 7.
Okay, 4 and 7. Yeah, I do like also showing how quick this can happen. This is not a long, drawn-out process. This is a real quick thing.
Real quick, while we're looking that one up,
There
Robert
you go.
and Kevin, I'm sorry, I've missed your characters' names. I'm usually better at notes.
Oh. Kotlin. I don't remember anyone's characters' names.
Okay.
I
But
got
I think
it
that
as
fits with the character. You there,
You.
foul-smelling creature.
ah,
And I've got hard H. 2 hard
Oh,
H's.
great. Perfect. I rolled a 3 and a 1.
3 and 1. That is, oops, wrong direction. Oh, here we go. Oh, also one you may or may not want to share. Okay, is that everyone, or we need one more?
I got a 2 and a 13.
213. Okay. Okay. Wow, this is gonna be a wild game. Okay, man, I'm not sure I'm ready for this. All right, this is gonna be crazy. Whew. All right.
I just trying to tiptoe my way through these muddy ruts. I'm just like, come, Maga, come, Haga, let us continue for the feast. And you too, my court jester's name is Poltroon. Poltroon, do hurry.
All right.
Ham, get up with the rest of them and pull. I can't be expected to walk all the way. Ham is my squire.
Okay. Cool. As you near this construct, which I will now give you a better sense of, this is kind of the silhouette you see on Owlbear. This crazy rambling, and it's moving, by the way. It's not still. It's actually like slowly rolling through the mud. Like you're almost gonna have to like do a hop on to get into this thing once you get close enough. And as you're getting closer, you do notice what appears to be well, first of all, there's kind of off to the sides of the ruts to the right. It looks like there's like a room that like 3 walls, a floor, kind of a ceiling that maybe was attached to this thing but has now fallen off, and it's just kind of collapsed in a heap of debris. And in the rut itself, you see what appears to be a corpse, a fresh corpse, someone very much recently dead.
Oh goodness! I go to see if there's anything edible.
In the debris.
Yeah, what?
The corpse.
Oh, Okay. Okay. Well, not a corpse. As soon as you get within striking distance, this corpse sits up, very much alive. It's like just a brigand, just some guy out looting and trying to make his way in this world, what's left of it. And as soon as you get close enough, he sits up, and that's okay. You attempt to greet him, and he stands fully erect and brandishes a bludgeon and shouts something unintelligible over his shoulder, and you see a second figure kind of come around the corner of the debris, and a third figure kind of pops up behind the debris and is raising something to his shoulder. So I believe at this point we should probably roll initiative.
Sounds good. So does one person? We're just one of us rolls initiative.
Yeah, we can do it that way. I'll let whoever was trying to greet this.
Oh, yeah, do that, Hagen. Or what was your?
How do I?
Oh, your cuts, right? All of your.
Yes, I'm cuts. Right. How do I select a character to start initiative?
That's something I have to do. Sorry. You know what? Let's just do this verbal. Just go ahead and roll. Give me a D6, and we'll just call it that way.
Gotcha. That is a 3.
Okay. That means they go first.
Sounds good.
So how this works, this is going to be most of your first experiences in combat here. You all will, well, not all of you, because there's 3 of them and, 7 or 8 of you. So I'm going to say that Cuts, you have approached this figure, and he is obviously going to take a swing at you, so you will need to roll a defense roll.
I would say I would be right behind Cuts, because if he hadn't gone to check out the body, I was going to walk over it to try to at least avoid a little bit of mud.
Okay. Who would be kind of who's the laggard here in this group?
Oh, me.
I'm
gesturing
to blood mud, probably slipping a lot, coughing.
Okay. Actually, you probably look like you're the weakest. So the second guy who was kind of rounding the corner of this debris he's gonna try to brain you with his club, Kevin, and then the crossbow. Well,
that was an 11, by the way.
Oh, okay. That is a miss. Swing and a miss. Lucky for you. And then, so Kevin, go ahead and give me a roll.
All right, I rolled a 20, -1, but
that's it. Well,
I think
yeah, it's -1, but it's technically a crit. That's double damage. So give me.
Oh, I'm rolling his attack. I thought it was my evade.
Yeah, so that's how. Yeah, I don't roll anything.
Oh,
okay.
Oh.
So yeah, sorry if that wasn't clear. Yeah, so not only do you roll to see whether you got hit, but you also roll the damage.
Oh, I rolled 2 dice. Got it. Well, that's less good.
Yeah.
If you roll a crit on your defense, I think you get it says you get like a free attack, I think.
Yeah, I thought that was just 1 roll. If it's 2 rolls, it's way less.
Oh, on your defense. Sorry. You rolled sorry. Wow.
It was a lucky one.
Bad start. Thank you, Robert.
Oh, I'm so crestfallen.
The opposite happens. You maybe you slipped in the mud just in time and did not get hit, but you do get to attack.
Well, from the mud, I'm going to sling it to try to a big glob of blood mud at this guy's face to try to, I don't know, distract him or throw him off the trail. 17 -1.
And that's a hit. So you're attacking him with mud?
Just slaying at his face, trying to distract him.
Yeah. We're gonna call that a. I'm gonna call that a D2.
Okay. Roll one of those. I'm rolling a 6-sided die, divide in two.
Okay.
Sorry. 1, 2, 3 or 1, 4, 5, 6 or 2. I got a 1.
Okay. Well, he definitely didn't like that, and that pretty much stopped him in his tracks. Thanks for that correction, Robert. That was off to a rough start there.
I've just got the rules reference right in front of me.
Yeah, no, it's yeah. Also, I have been playing more D&D lately, so I always got to make that brain adjustment. Okay, crossbow time. Who's in the middle of this group? I mean, there's a donkey somewhere in there.
I should probably be taking that hit since we had that donation to force my hand.
I like that. Let's do that. You go ahead and see if the crossbow hits you.
All right. So, just to clarify, I'm rolling defense for this, or
you are rolling your own defense. Yep.
Okay.
So it's a question of: did you see him pop up, and did you realize it's a crossbow, and did you realize it's pointing at you?
Oof, woof.
And no on all accounts. So that is that's a D8.
Oh, Nipel is going down pretty quick here. We'll see. 3. So that's half my HP.
Okay. So yeah, all of a sudden Nephel's got a bolt right here to his shoulder. He's bleeding all over this lovely silk jacket that he wears.
I take this bolt and I'm like, oh, this almost hurts as much as losing my kingdom.
I would never have gotten hit by that.
And what does your man do in response to that?
Poltron just like jingles his bells and dances around a little bit. And
now, speaking of that, doesn't that do something for you?
I should have been paying attention here. The first 2 rounds, you and your allies get +2 on attack and defense. So, sorry, gang. That was Poltron only jumped into action after seeing me get struck with the crossbow.
So here's the thing that wouldn't have changed anything on the crossbow attack. I don't know about the others, but we'll not worry about that because it all worked out pretty well. But I don't think that would have changed anything for that last attack since you rolled so low. But you do get a +2 now that it's your turn to retaliate. What do you do? And you can either roll to see who goes in order, or we can just go down the line.
I'm down. Just go down the line.
Yeah,
okay.
That sounds good to me.
All right. What does Cotlin do in response to this absolutely absurd attack?
Say, hand me my dueling sword. I have to show this peon his place. I have him pull out this black scabbard dripping with darkness, and it's a cursed sword. So I get.
Wow, that's right. I forgot about that. You do have a cursed sword.
There's a chance that it may kill Ham, but I'll take that chance. It's a sacrifice I'm willing to make.
All right.
That is that a strength?
That's strength. Yep.
I don't get a bonus anyway. 12 to hit.
Right on. You boy.
Cool.
Just barely got that guy. And this is the guy that was pretending to be dead, correct?
Yeah. I'll go with that one.
Yeah.
2d6 damage, but then I've got to roll a d6 to see if Ham dies.
Let's see what happens there.
7 damage.
Whoa.
And then Ham does not die.
Ham does not die. Well, here's the thing. You run this guy. I mean, you were into it. You took that sword from your man and just right through him, and he just crumples. Like he really is a corpse. Like he's just gone. And he's like slides off your sword into a heap.
Right where you belong.
All right. What are we gonna? Actually, let's go to, because Kevin did the surprise attack. What does Argrath do in response now that he has a chance to really do something to this guy?
Covered in mud and filth, he's gonna bear crawl across the plains and try to tackle the guy that he slung mud at.
Oh, okay. Well,
to the ground.
Definitely a strength attack. Wow, interesting.
I got a 10 with the +2. So
yeah,
do it.
Not. Yeah, you well, you got the slipping in the mud part right, and you just kind of, the bear crawl just kind of keeps happening until you kind of fall on your face, but that leaves the field open for one of you to do something about that. What does Nithfield, now that this this person pretending to be dead is really dead? What does he do?
So one of my characteristics is worried and conflicted. So I quickly look back and forth between all this action, and I choose to like reach into my pockets and drink one of my 2 doses of life elixir, which heals D6 HP.
Okay. Well, I guess now's the time. Yeah, okay.
And that's 4, so I'm back up to 6.
All right, and that covers you on action. That's good.
Yep. I'm sorry. Also, was the +2 on attack? Did that help Kevin's character at all?
No, it didn't.
Okay.
That got me to 10.
No.
Okay.
No, it was pretty sad. Pretty sad state going on at the tail end of the party. All right.
I just fumbled so bad on that first part. I wanted to make sure we were covering that base.
Yeah,
right?
No, good. Yeah, that is one thing I will say. Even though it's rules late, Borg, there's a lot of little things you got to keep tabs on. So, all right, Cuts. What does Cuts do? It's Cuts' moment.
Well, he sees Urgrath swing his sword, or is it Cotwin swing his sword, and that just looks like so much fun. I want to do that. So I'm going to take my hand axe and swing it at the guy who stood upright.
Well, he's dead.
Oh, he's dead?
That's
and I'm going to run up and swing it at the guy who came out of the bushes.
Okay, yeah, the guy that's trying to kill Hargoth, the muddy. Your muddy companion. Yeah, you're going to come to his rescue.
Oh, that's just
the muddy.
You got a new name. Your gutter. That's a pretty good name for a gutterborn scum. I gotta say, it's kind of up there.
That is a 19.
That is a wow. Okay, almost double damage. Oh, +2. So, but it's not a crit roll. So, yeah. Do your worst. What'd you get?
6 damage.
6 damage, and you know what? This is great.
Is that +2 to damage rolls, or
it's just to the attack?
Just to the attack. Gotcha.
Good so question. Great question. Yeah, but doesn't matter because, man, yeah, you were jazzed about watching that guy get skewered, and you come running up. And you come down on his head with that axe and finish it for me. What happens?
Oh, an eye pops out and lands in the mud. That's all I got.
Beautiful. Yeah, you split his skull so hard one of his eyes pop out. Maybe it was his only eye. I don't know. Kind of hard to tell. And yeah, he's down. And that takes us to, well, Margar, you You feeling anything as far as going after the guy with the crossbow, or?
Yeah. So swords and axes, and Margar's getting in the flow of the moment.
Mhm.
And he's rushing up at the guy with the crossbow, lifting up his mace, and then he pauses, and he's getting advice from his enormous protruding friends in his mouth. He puts the mace down, buries his face in the guy's shoulder, and gives him a chomp.
Wow.
Because I'm actually more effective attacking with a bite.
Always.
This is actually true. Yeah.
Except right now.
Oh, no.
That's a 2. And let's see just how bad this is.
Well, that's a 4 technically, but yeah. But still.
Why is it? How is it a 4?
You're attacking. You rolled a 2?
Yeah.
Yeah, but plus 2, so
We're all getting
4,
plus
but
2
still.
for
So basically, you were trying. What I'm going to say on that one is you were into it, and you're about 3/4
I'm
of the
arguing
way.
with my teeth.
Yeah, and you get about 3/4 of the way to this guy, and he turns tail. He's actually like, I'm out of here, and he has actually started running and sliding and like past the debris that he was hiding behind, and he's just booking it.
For the record, that was almost much worse, because when I use my bite attack, it's easier to hit, but then I have to roll a d6. I don't know, 1 or a 2. The enemy gets a free attack on me. I rolled a 3.
Well, that's the challenge of closing distance, and yeah.
So
I should never listen to your teeth.
Yeah.
Always listen to your teeth.
I adjust my clothes the best I can with a bolt sticking out of my shoulder, and I'm glad we could all contribute equally to that fight.
Oh, it's not equal yet. My 2 monkeys that ignore but love me see the attack on my life and pursue.
You have 2 monkeys?
I have 2 monkeys that ignore but love me.
God, that ignore but love you. And they are running after this guy, and they disappear into this weird low farmland fog. And you think maybe you hear some monkeys screeching after a few moments, but you're not sure. They haven't returned yet, but are we giving chase, or are we making our way to dinner? Sorry, what was that?
Do I roll they have attacks?
They do have attacks. I'm going to say monkey can catch up with a scared crossbowman pretty easily. So, yeah, let's do that.
All right. So
that's just physics.
That's a 16 and a 6. So one hit.
Got a hold of him.
Assume.
Yeah, one of them managed to get probably wrapped around his neck.
And that dealt 4 damage.
Okay, let's see. What is that? Where does that put us? Oh, okay. Well, yeah, kind of. You see these hazy figures in the fog, and suddenly the crossbowman has a monkey for a head, and he's screaming and he's lurching around. However, he does. That does mean that I'm going to go ahead and let you play the monkey for a moment, and you get to roll his defense. He's going to try to punch the monkey that's now wrapped around his neck, and roll defense.
Okay, that is a 2.
Ooh, monkey did not see that coming. So give me a D2.
There is no D2 in this.
Just roll a 4. We'll just roll a 4.
By 2.
Yeah.
All right. That's a 1.
Okay, so we'll call it a 1. So your monkey takes a point of damage. What does it specify their hit points?
5.
5. Okay. All right. Well, we're going to play this out real quick. Monkey, do your worst. Roll an attack.
Your monkey's tougher than I am.
Yeah, the monkeys are almost as robust as me.
So I have to pause for a moment. I played a one-shot not too long ago where one of the characters, who was Wretched Royalty, by the way, hilarious character, had a horse who was smarter than him. So that was a weird one. No, there was a lot of weird stuff happened in that one, but okay. But I digress. Monkey, well, how'd you do on the attack?
Another 2d20.
That
is a 15 and a 16.
15 and a 16. Both are hits. So guy stopped, which was his first mistake, and now both monkeys got a hold of him. So let's roll damage, and this is not going to be pretty.
That is a total of 7 damage.
Oh my god. Yeah, well, you can't really see it because you're not close enough, but suddenly you see what looks like strips of flesh being ripped off of the top of this poor man. And after a moment, he appears to be possibly completely headless, and drops into the mud. And 2 very blood-drenched monkeys come scrambling back and just kind of like sit on the edge of the rut and are looking at you, very pleased with themselves.
I didn't think we were going to go full Congo on this. I do cuff Poltroon on the side of the head, and I'm like, be sillier next time.
That was the problem. He wasn't silly enough. That was the
I
issue.
throw the cursed
Plenty
sword at
silly.
Ham, and hopefully he catches it.
Oh!
Well, I don't know about all of you, but my appetite. I've got an appetite.
I can't respond to that because I'm already rifling through the body in front of me's pockets and stuff, looking for any scraps, receipts,
Oh, I was gonna
wrappers,
do that.
anything of food that might have come out
What indeed? What do we find? Give me a D100.
That looks like 7.
Okay. Well, that is weird. You find a spiked leather bracer.
Does it have food in it? I'm gonna lick it for crumbs anyway. I'm
Oh.
gonna get anything out of there.
You know what? There's probably some food on this guy. Hold on. One moment. I bet this guy's got something on him.
Harga hasn't eaten in a week. He'll take anything.
You seem
He's
to
looking
be a
for the
hungry
blood off
creature.
the guy.
Aren't we all, given the circumstances?
Yeah.
Well, we have been
Okay.
traveling a long time to reach
I'm
this
not seeing this.
delectable monstrosity
Okay.
of a restaurant.
And one day when we get my kingdom back,
Oh, here we go.
you'll have all the food you desire.
Okay. Give me 3. Give me a 6d6. And I'll tell you what this guy's got on him for lunch.
Let me see if I'm smart enough to get this to do.
Yeah,
multiple-
sorry, that's a little complicated, but
Okay, I'm just gonna do it. Oh no, that did it. Huh. Add them together.
yep, yeah, whatever the total
16.
is. 16?
16.
16. Oh, nice. Well, you see you're digging through his pockets and you feel something in a pocket, and you hope it's something, but not something else. And then you come across a thick, lumpy sausage. It's very,
That's what you're getting at.
it's very, very greasy, and I don't know. It looks pretty good. But
Without hesitating, I'm noshing a big old bite out of that.
I need a toughness DR16.
That would be a 6.
Oh, okay. Give me a D6.
As he's noshing, I'm also
1.
just like, come, Harga, there are much more delectable treats. We must catch the restaurant, if you will.
So
Maybe they had from the restaurant.
what did you roll? Sorry.
1.
Well, I have bad news. I'm your doctor for a moment. You will die of a heart attack in one day. So I hope you die of something else before then, because that's going to happen.
It had your recommended lively amount of fat in it.
It did. It did. Had you succeeded, incidentally, you would not have to eat anything for a whole week. But sadly, your arteries, your starving arteries, are just sucking that fat down, and boy, it's going to hit you tomorrow.
It's the 5-finger death punch of sausages.
It is. It is. Are we searching any other bodies?
The monkeys will take a swing at the stripped
I think
gentleman.
they already did.
Yeah, what they come back with. Give me a D100 and I'll tell you what they came back with.
Sure.
Covered in blood. It took you a minute to realize they had anything with them.
43.
One of them and it's covered in blood. You weren't even sure he was holding anything at first until you realize that it's a stuffed magpie. It's a taxidermied magpie. Why this guy had it, who knows? Maybe some kind of good luck talisman type of thing, but it's ruined now because it's covered in his blood. But
oh, Reginald, you always know what to get for me.
all right, and anyone want to search the man that was run through?
I'll give it a shot. Maybe I'll find a toothbrush.
Oh, maybe.
Okay, that is an 87.
87. Ooh, this guy has a dark history. There's a jar in a little pouch, and it has 3 thumbs in it.
Delicious.
Now, yeah, I mean, was he going to eat them? Is this a snack? Trophy? Both?
I give Kotlin just a little elbow. I'm like, commoners stealing from commoners, eh?
Ham, maybe do you want to get in on that? Clean them up a little bit while you're at it.
Poultry, join Ham.
What is Margar going to do with a jar of 3 thumbs? I'm wondering.
Well, he already has a pouch with 4 weird teeth.
This is true.
From a wizard.
Kind of adds to the collection, doesn't it? Yeah. Yeah, the wizard teeth. That's a fun thing to remember.
A question: is this marching restaurant still marching?
Oh yeah, it's still moving. Yeah, it's not.
No.
It hasn't moved very far, but it's made
Okay.
probably a few yards gain, and it started to turn again. And there's smoke coming out of the smokestack on the one side, and you can kind of hear this grinding mechanical noise coming from the opposite side, where also there appears to be possibly an organic mouth about on like a route where the second story is, and it's facing outward, like it's like the house has, like, this building has a mouth, but yeah, there's a doorway. It is low enough for you to all enter, but yeah, you're gonna probably have to make a running jump for it.
Well, I start running as best as I can at it, and I'm shouting at it. I don't know what all the rave is about. I've had a very poor reception so far.
And even though Poltron's doing exactly what I asked him and starts rifling through the nothing, I cuff him again, and I'm like, Poltron, no time for that. Let's go. And I quickly follow behind Kotlin.
Okay. I'm not going to have you roll an agility to get in. It's just a question of whether or not you all decide to go in. And then there's also a question of, are we bringing the donkey?
Oh no, this is a Bill situation, like Lord of the Rings already.
We can just like tie the donkey to some like sticking out appendage on the thing.
Sure. Yeah, there's plenty. There's all sorts of things you can tie an animal to, and just hope that it doesn't pick up speed. Sure.
Well, can one of you who knows how to write put a note on it? Not an ingredient, not for use in their kitchen.
It may not be there when you come back.
Yes, my good man, Margar. I will take care of the note, and I write like something like, "You owe me 10 silver if you take this donkey."
And where is the note going?
Just right on a saddlebag.
Oh, okay. Okay. Gotcha. Pinned or something.
I sign it in probably too fancy of writing for anybody to probably read. It's like,
so it's just
a nice calligraphy.
This beautiful flourish note that nobody can actually read. Nice.
Yeah. Safe. This note is written my own hand. It will protect it.
Still say any restaurant without a drive-through is not worth visiting.
Well, this is kind of the opposite. But, all right. Well, you all get inside Sans donkey. The monkeys, I'm assuming, are coming along.
Probably.
Yeah. All right.
I do use Poltron as a stepping stool to get up into it. Like, he is coming along, but he's going to have to hustle a little bit more. I don't know why I'm being so mean to him, but I am.
No, it's good stuff. All righty. Well, you come to the entrance of the roving pallet. It's like I said, it's kind of slowly moving. It's constantly just kind of, as soon as you're in this first entrance room, this dining room, that is in shambles, by the way. It's just a disaster. It is not nice at all. It has clearly been just destroyed. It would appear that everything has been smashed by like a blunt club or multiple clubs. Something has just ransacked this room from its previous glory. But it's almost like you're on a ship. This thing is just kind of rolling and wobbling. And there are flies everywhere. There's rotten food. Nothing edible. Like it's gone. Like it's not like recently rotting. Like it's been there too long. Although, I suppose Hargarth might have a different opinion on that, but he's going to die of a heart attack in a day anyway. But so there's not much there. It's just these tables that are smashed, furniture, and as you can see in the diagram on Owlbear, there is stairs that go up to like an attic entry to the right, and a longer flight of stairs, a really peculiar, narrower set of stairs that seem to go up. You're thinking kind of in the direction of the mouth that you saw on the outside of the building. And then there's also a small door where from behind the door you can hear these grinding gear noises and smell like just kind of this mechanical, metallic smell coming from that direction.
Could I use presence to try to discern maybe like a scent or, the source of any actually good food?
Okay. Yes. Give me a roll.
All right. No modifier on this. 18.
Ooh, very good. You distinctly smell something that smells at least pleasant to the right on the shorter stairs with the lower ceiling.
Yes, my noble nose does detect something quite more delightful than this setting. Probably more our tastes call in to the right.
But where are all the attendants? We need people to wait on us.
We are here for delectable food, I shout.
Quick pause. We've had a donation, which is awesome. And just a reminder, anybody watching the streaming, this isn't just for fun. This is a fundraiser for Simply Cats. And somebody has donated money, which gives, I believe, all of you an omen.
Hey, thank you.
We're stacked.
Yes, this will do quite nicely.
So what are we thinking?
Well, clutching my chest after these strange heart pains, I'm going to look at this chair that I'm going to brace myself up on. Have people been using this dining room? It looks like there's old food, but is this like where people have been? Is there signs of, I don't know, recent use?
Well, not too recent, because all the food that is, well, what was food is pretty far decayed. So you get the sense that the damage was done a while back, and it's been in this state for probably a good week or so.
So this is the lobby. We need to go further for the food.
It was a dining room at one time. Sorry if that was your question.
That's fine.
Mm-hmm.
Not recognizing the symptoms of an oncoming heart attack, I'm just like, Harga, come on, no laying about. We have to get to the delectables, where we've grown quite a hunger, I would say. Not all of us were greedy enough to eat peasant sausages.
Let's head toward the delicious smelling food. I don't see anything worth considering eating here.
Okay. How would we like to? What is our plan? So this is a there, like I said, there's kind of this attic door entry that probably will have to be, I don't think it'll require a DR test, but will have to be pushed open with some force. It won't just open, and there are stairs. I think it's pretty much a single file, or maybe 2x2 at best situation. So
I'll lead the way on this. I'm following my nose, and I'll complain the whole way, like hardly a dignified way of dining, but whatever we have to do to get something serviceable around here.
Okay.
It's all for the clout, really. And I'm going into this too, like, I don't see this as dangerous at all. I'm like, we're here, they're gonna serve us food, it's all fine.
Okay, so we're letting the nobility lead the way, it sounds like.
I think I'm gonna take an extra breather.
May fall on his royal ass.
You're gonna take up the rear. Is that what you were saying, Kevin?
I think so.
Yeah. Well, I mean, your body may not be giving you any. You are climbing stairs after all.
So it's kind of like an attic door I'm trying to open up?
Yeah, so I just want to be clear. So we got Kotlin and Nifel leading. We've got Harath taking up the rear, and then Cuts and Margar. Or you're gonna just kind of be in the middle.
Margar hangs back for just a second, and he's grinding his teeth and listening to something that nobody else can hear. Yeah, I know, but their gestures are useful. Then he follows along.
Nice. Okay.
I hear that, and I cuff Poltroon, and I'm like, don't get a big head.
Nice. Okay. Well, yeah, you're able to push this door open pretty. Oh no! What just happened? I have not seen this before. Sorry.
We won, and we live happily ever after.
No.
That's true. We haven't seen that before.
No singing.
Wild.
Okay.
All of the treats.
There we go. All right. That was weird. Well, like I said, first time using version 2.0. All right. So you are now in what appears to be a kitchen, which is a good sign. And there is a fire actually roaring. Despite what you found below, there's an active fire in the fireplace. It's going pretty strong. The room is actually beginning to fill with smoke.
Oh, goodness.
So there might be something wrong with the fireplace. There is a cabinet on the wall next to the fireplace. And then on the other side of the room, there is some drawers, a hatch with, it looks like maybe some storage, just different cabinets, as you can see on the wall. And then there's a ladder in the middle of the wall between the fireplace and all the cabinets that leads up to yet another attic type room. But as soon as, tell me what you do when you get into this this room that is beginning to quickly fill with smoke.
Me personally, I look around ignorantly. I'm like, is this some sort of self-serve? How chic.
One of my monkeys is going to go open a cabinet.
Okay. Nice touch. Then one of them opens a cabinet and like whips around, and in his hand is an astonishingly large cleaver. And he just kind of looks at you with a big grin, like, "Hey,
Reginald, how splendid!"
All right.
I look at the rest of the party very proudly.
Mm-hmm.
Excellent. The monkey has a knife.
Yeah. A very large cleaver. It's not just a knife. This thing's like almost the size of the monkey. Anyone else have any initial reactions to being in this room?
Ham, do the thing with the fire. I can't breathe in here.
Okay. Ham scurries over and finds that the flue has been shut and that causing the smoke to come in. And about that time, the little cabinet on the wall, you hear banging and you hear some muffled voices. And
is this the chef? Are you the chef?
Oh, we are. Please let us out. You hear these muffled voices. Oh my God, I'm gonna die here.
My other monkey opens the other cabinet.
The one by the fireplace?
The one that's
okay.
The one that is currently speaking to us.
Yes. Take some effort. Actually, I'm gonna have you do a strength check for your monkey.
All right.
I do have to use the restroom real quick. I'm listening, but will mute myself for the sake of audio.
Well, we'll see.
This time, it's not just filling up a water bottle. This is the real deal. So,
17.
Okay. Yeah, he pries that thing. He doesn't just open it. He actually pulls the cupboard door off. And actually, does anybody else need a break?
I could get some more water.
I could use it.
Okay, this is a good place to stop, and that'll give everybody a chance. So let's circle back around, and what do we need? Maybe 5 minutes?
5 minutes is good.
Okay,
5 minutes.
Alrighty. So the monkey tears off the cabinet door, and spilling out of it comes two. Well, maybe I'll show you. Sorry. There we go. These two figures they're almost man-sized roaches, but they are wearing what appears to be the skins or parts of the skins of various humans, and they come spilling out in such a way that actually one of them appears to be injured, but these are in fact the proprietors of the roving pallet, and they stand up, and Messieurs Groat and Pepperwhistle, and Pepperwhistle, the tall, skinnier one who is not injured. By the way, side note: anyone ever read the comic book Milk and Cheese? Because there's a weird resemblance to this. Anyway, Monsieur Pepperwhistle stands up, hazy from the smoke, and through his weird, detached, fleshy mouth, says, thank you so much for rescuing us in this hour of need. My brother and I are so grateful, but we must get out of this room unless you can clear this smoke. But we will make this up to you and feed you well. However, we have a more immediate problem that perhaps you can help us with.
We came here for food. I mean, this is the finest
service
restaurant in the wasteland.
Wait, we can't let a roach walk away. I've known a roach or two. Those guys aren't coming back. We need to keep them around.
Also, I'd like to note that these two are absolutely horrifying.
They really are. Yeah, it's disturbing.
Not quite as horrifying as me losing my kingdom.
Yeah, yes, we've all been through that.
Any other responses to these two gentlemen?
What do you
I call
need
my
help
monkeys
with?
closer to me.
What? First of all, before we can offer our aid, what are your specials?
Oh, well, you've caught us at a very bad time. I would have to see what we have still here in the kitchen, but I can tell you that just above in the room up here, unless something disastrous has happened, we have some delicious lamb that I would be more than happy to prepare for you as soon as I slaughter it.
Oh, is that a ladder in the kitchen?
Yes. Well, yes, there's a ladder. Yes, you climb that ladder and up to go to the lamb. But I will do that. I will do that if you help.
Oh, lovely. I open the door at the top of the ladder so the smoke goes through it and out of the room.
Ooh, smoked meat.
Okay, so you've actually climbed the ladder or have opened that?
Yeah, just pop it open so that to give the smoke another exit.
Okay, yeah. The room begins to clear. Monsieur Groat is sitting up. He seems to be maybe feeling a little better, and when he talks, like his mouth, like the skin on him just doesn't work at all. It's like it's just why he's even doing it. You're not even sure. Actually, you don't know why either one of them are doing it, but for him, it just isn't working like at all. And so, like when he talks, the lips just kind of do their own thing, and he just kind of blubbers, and he's just kind of trying to adjust his skin. And everything my brother says. Let's we will help you, but we have a dire problem that we must get under control in order for our establishment. Well, first things first, perhaps we can make a meal for you while you attend to our problem.
What exactly is this problem?
Oh, yes. Well, it is most unfortunate. we have a very unfortunate guest at the very top of our establishment. Unfortunately, a meat golem. Apparently, some kind of curse fell upon our meat stores, and a golem was somehow created. He has absolutely ravaged our fine establishment and has been terrorizing us for weeks. And we simply cannot function.
A meat golem.
I'm just like, yes. Poltron, take this down. We must have a lamb ladder in our next kingdom. Yes.
Now, is that a ladder made of lamb?
Whatever works. Made of lamb, get to lamb ladder. It's a concept.
It's a work of art, really.
It'll work itself out, I'm sure, when we get enough people in the kingdom. Yes.
Sure. So meat golem problems. Well, I'm sure we can do something. We've got some strong fellows here with lots of teeth. How many teeth do you have?
How many teeth do you want?
Well, enough to chew up a meat golem, ideally.
I can do that.
So you say they're at the top of your eatery.
We do not know exactly because we have, as you see, been captive in our own establishment. Mon Dieu, it's terrible. Regardless, we believe he is somewhere above. We hope, or perhaps he has left, but we are too afraid ourselves to go look.
Absolutely dying in the smoke right now. Hargan's gonna ask, how do we open in the flu? Point at the.
Oh, I thought.
Oh, did we actually not open that? I thought we opened.
No,
it.
I thought that
Ham was working on it.
Ham was working on it. Yeah, that's
Okay.
right.
I was wondering if we might
It's
be
very smoky.
Yeah,
cord,
I mean,
chain.
I think at this point it's with opening the storage room above, like it's beginning to clear out. It's better than it was.
Good.
But you're still feeling the effects for sure.
Oh, dying.
I do have one other request for helping you besides the meals. You must perform a song for us about us being your guests. It will please me greatly.
And to all future guests as well.
And sing
And keep
dishes.
your hands off my donkey.
Yeah.
Oh,
It doesn't taste good anyway.
There's a donkey. Oh, that the Groat sits up. Oh, you have a donkey, you say? Yeah. Would you be willing to sell the donkey?
Let's eat first, and we have to contend with your problem before we can do that.
Sadly, as far as singing, we would do our best to meet your wishes. We are not performers by trade. We are chefs. I believe that is where our skills would best be suited. And sadly, our minstrel stage dropped off inexplicably some weeks ago. We believe it was ravaged by some mercenaries, sadly.
Well, at least name a few dishes after us later.
Oh, that we can certainly do. Certainly do. Whatever you... Yes, we will.
Excellent.
We will do...
Everyone will know about us.
That is a... They look at each other. That is a marvelous idea. Yes. We will do that for sure.
Okay. Well, I suppose we should find this meat golem and dispatch it. Wait, did it trap you in here? What exactly? Did it shove you in the cupboard?
Indeed. It was that or die, and we were hiding in here, and in its fit of anger, it jammed us in. It did something to the cabinet that your clever monkeys removed.
They are quite clever, aren't they?
Indeed. Perhaps we can even name a dish after them, or the alternative.
I like the alternative. Let's go with the alternative.
If that,
Who
we can
wants
eat
to
now.
eat a dish named after a monkey anyway?
We understand. They kind of glance at each other. We've heard their brains are quite delectable.
I give them the dirtiest look you have ever seen.
I've heard that as well.
But I have perhaps overstepped. That of course is not something we would do without your
Perhaps
permission.
you have.
Well,
I wouldn't take it off the menu just yet. We'll see.
Yes, let us discuss the menu once this meat golem is handled, shall we?
Did you? So the trapdoor up this ladder was opened up, right? Did we see? Did
You haven't entered it yet.
Cuts see? Oh, they didn't see a lamb or anything. They just popped it open and came back down.
I do want to
Yes.
ask our chefs, does the smoked meat room lead anywhere else, or are we just making delectables up there?
There are other delectables up there. I am yes. There is food. If you would like to eat immediately in exchange for helping us, I'm sure there is something still up there that the lambs would not have eaten themselves.
My good flappy-lipped fellow, I believe you misunderstand. I am looking for another point of exploration through this.
Yes. Well, yes, you can proceed to continue climbing up through the storage room above, or you can go back through our fine dining room.
I don't think you've seen it for a while.
That pains me. I am so embarrassed. So very embarrassed.
Well, you should be.
I suppose we can go up the ladder, toss the lamb down to you, and you can get working right on that.
That is marvelous, magnificent news, and anything you find in the meantime, feel free to eat, and we will get on with preparing you the best meal we can immediately.
So we're going to
Excellent.
where the smoke went?
Yep.
Fine idea.
And we're kicking a lamb down.
Yeah. That's been asphyxiated.
So this is a
Making
ladder.
Problems down the road.
Yeah, so this is a ladder. So we're definitely going single file on this one.
Hargan will just hop on there, start climbing up.
Okay, he's on it. Okay. Who's gonna? Well, the monkeys obviously are with you. And then who's following?
I'll follow the monkeys.
Margar jumps on the ladder. Cool. Ready
I'll
for
go
something?
next with Poltroon helping push me up. I could carry myself up the ladder pretty easily, probably, but I want to conserve my energy.
It's beneath you, really.
Yeah.
I mean, only laborers use ladders. I mean, you know. Okay, cool. And then
I can come up last. I think I'm last.
Okay. Well, and then we've got our Gutterborn,
Oh yeah.
who's both choking and dying a slow death. So I guess it's between the two of you.
Oh, I was thinking I would just jump on first and
Oh, you're first. Oh,
Yeah.
sorry.
as something to do to distract myself from dying.
Yeah, go towards the smoke to get out of
These
it.
heart pains are normal, right? Your heart, you're supposed to feel like you're clenching right here, right?
Yeah. Okay, so you all get in there, but sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to say, my heart aches as well for my lost kingdom. It's good to see one suffering such pain as I do.
Oh man, this guy. Yeah, so it's a pretty tight fit with all of you in there. Once you get up there, it was meant to be a cool room. Obviously, it's not so much now because of the fire and what was going on with that. But there are some edible meals and scattered about, which we can actually do a roll for in a moment. But there is also, let me find something real quick. Where'd it go? There it goes. And then also, you, well, you think you hear something, but you're not sure, and it's pretty dim. There's no windows or anything, so at this point, you're in a pretty dark space. You know, there's some cracks and stuff in the walls of this weird building that are letting some light, but you know, it's not really. It's just this gray light outside, and so there's not a lot of room. So it's a pretty dark room, but there's some food scattered about. We can roll to see what you find for food, and then also you think you hear something or someone, but you're not sure, and nothing is like jumping out at you.
I guess I'll feel along the wall to feel these cracks, see what I don't know if the walls are normal-ish. See if they're made of meat. I'm really interested in whether they're made of meat with this big mouth in the center. I'm curious about that.
Okay. Doesn't seem to be made of meat or anything edible, but the wood is like really flimsy. Like you're almost afraid to push too hard once you start doing that. Like you feel like you could like go right through it. Anyone else?
Edible with
My
the right
teeth
attitude.
would like a bite of lamb.
Oh, so these lambs they mentioned, are we looking for them?
Yes.
Gotta find the lamb.
We said we'd drop one down, I guess.
Okay, but you don't see any lamb. Like there's no like there's not like a like a cut of lamb. Like, there's not like a body of a lamb that's been like slaughtered or anything. Like you don't see lamb.
Say, Ham, find the lamb. Start opening the boxes.
I'm going to deploy my tiny little ancient gorehound that I've kept in my pocket all this time.
What?
Got a pocket hound?
I've got a pocket hound. Asthmatic, deluded, and on its last legs, this wizened creature still has a superb nose. Go on, boy. Find the lamb.
All right. Yeah. Wasn't expecting the pocket hound. Yeah. All of a sudden, the pocket hound. Does the pocket hound does he bark? What happens when his nose finds something?
He sneezes.
Now we're playing Borg.
Is this like a pug?
Something like that, I think.
So it just kind of starts like.
Yes, precisely.
Yeah. And you realize in the corner, the darkest corner, there is, in fact, a slab of mutton for whoever was wanting to just grab it and start going to town. And next to it are two other lambs, but they're like oddly humanoid, kind of the size of children. And one is kneeling and praying and like sobbing quietly, and the other one is holding an unlit candle and looking very sad standing next to it.
I'm just like, well, the chef's wanted lamb, and I pick the sobbing one up to drop it down below.
Okay.
I wanted a bite of that.
By all means, I don't eat unprepared food. I lift it up to cuts first for a good nibble.
Okay.
I take a good nibble.
So now we're getting this thing has a surprising amount of fight in it.
Oh no!
So
Oh, I thought it was a cut of lamb.
Oh, okay. So there is
No.
a slab of mutton, and then there's these 2 living ones.
Yeah, no, I picked the crying one up.
Yeah, that's what I thought you said. Okay, so
because sorrow makes a meal taste much better.
wow. So here's the thing. You actually need to give me a presence check, a DR 12, to pull that act off.
All right.
Oh God. I shouldn't have yes-anded.
19.
Okay, well, that's good. So you are able to do that. And then I'm going to say, so you're picking him up and handing him over to be bitten?
Holding him out. I
Yeah.
wouldn't fully pass him off just for a nibble, and then I'm going to chuck him down the ladder.
A bit
Okay.
off the ear, as it were.
Okay, so I'm going to say that roll. I'm going to have Josh, I'm going to have you roll initiative on this.
Oh no. Okay, so that's a D6.
Yes.
2.
Too bad. So this guy, this weeping, sad, meek-looking, childlike lamb, just like as you're picking him up, he just reaches over and just clamps down on your arm. And I need you to roll a D4.
This is why I have servants do this work. 2.
And you take 2 points of damage.
Yeah.
Hold it steady, damn you.
And then give me a strength check as a response to that.
Me or Josh?
This would be Josh. This would be
Oh yeah, 18.
Jeez. Okay. Yeah, you managed to hold this guy still. Kurt, cuts. Do your worst, I guess. Take a chomp out of this guy.
Is that just a strength?
That's a strength attack. Yep.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, or is it a bite attack?
It is a bite attack. Sorry.
Okay. That is a 3.
Oh. For some reason, I can't see your die rolls. It's actually saying that you've got them hidden or something.
Oh, whoops.
That's weird.
Anyway,
That's
odd. How to
Yeah.
fix that?
Okay, so a 3. So you try to bite, and this thing, I'm going to say squirms, but it doesn't get out of Nephil's arms. So now you've kind of got this situation in this tiny crowded room where this thing that you thought would be meek and easy to handle is actually putting up kind of a fight.
Oh, curses.
And bear in mind, there's another one also kind of sadly crying in the corner, but it hasn't done anything yet.
Oh, wait, so these are humanoid lamb?
Yeah, these are like kind of this weird mutated
humanoid lamb.
cross between they're like children, but they're lambs. Like it's not really sure what's going on here.
Okay.
So what would anybody else like to do watching this in this tiny crowded room that hasn't done anything yet?
I pull out a box from my sleeve. It's an expensive sandalwood box with a snake skin around it.
Nice.
I open it up, I move some silk aside, and I pull out just a regular old dagger. And I go to put down the lamb. I'm gonna make an attack with the dagger.
Now, is this the one that's being held or the one in the corner?
The one that's being held.
Okay. Well, hope you don't miss. All right.
And it's go. Did that do it? There we go. Hey, 3.
Okay. Well, at least you didn't fumble, because that could have gone into your wretched royalty friend. Okay. Anyone else want to do anything right now?
I'm going to try to get a box to put over the other crying child. So I'm going to look at the box first. Step 1.
You know what? Give me a D20 and I'll tell you what you find.
All right. Two.
No handy boxes. Margar, what are you thinking of doing in this situation?
So Margar is not exactly the sharpest crayon in the box. He's still kind of fascinated by the kind of paper thin wall and the light coming in through the cracks and people kind of not being sure what they're looking at. So he's going to pull out his mace and see if he can make some larger holes, preferably without falling out.
Okay.
Shed some more light on the situation.
Yeah, not making a hole, not a problem. Not falling out, a little more of a challenge. I'm gonna have you do an agility check for me.
Oh boy!
Since you're swinging a mace.
Okay. So here's the thing. I am clumsy and dull-witted, which adds 2 to my difficulty for agility tests. And I'm also wearing splint armor, which adds 4 to agility tests. So yeah, my agility is -1, and I'm going for I think an 18.
No, not quite that high, but you definitely aren't. You're not there.
12 would be normal, and +4 +2.
Oh, so, yeah. Sorry. Yeah, 18. Yeah. So that's no, you're right. What did you roll?
I am working up my nerve to roll at the moment.
Oh.
Rolled. I swear I'm not making this up. A 17.
So close. I'm gonna say you not only make a hole in the wall, you basically take an entire panel down, and then you're just kind of teetering on the edge. You don't quite fall, but boy, is it close. And everybody just kind of holds their breath for a moment. It does get rid of all the smoke, though. That's the plus, and there's a lot more light. But you don't actually. I'm gonna say you don't actually fall with it being so close of a roll.
Very kind of you.
But you're barely hanging on, and everybody is holding their breath for a moment. Okay, so where were we? We're trying to get a lamb downstairs. That takes us back to Nephil. What are you going to do with this suddenly belligerent, difficult lamb?
So when it bit me, is it latched on, or was it like a quick, painful bite?
Yeah, just kind of snap. Like, don't do that.
Okay.
Yep.
A very rough nip. I would like to just chuck it down the hole.
Get rid of that thing. Let the brothers deal with it. Yep. Sure. That sounds like a plan. I'm going to say give me an agility roll, and we'll see how that plays out.
Oh, woof. Okay. 11.
Okay, yeah. The lamb doesn't quite go through the hole. It like puts out its limbs and like is like suspended over the hole. Like, even though it doesn't want to be anywhere near you, it also doesn't want to go down. So now so it's just kind of splayed out at your feet over the hole. Anybody want to assist with this ridiculousness?
Given the new light, I am going to reel back in horror at what I almost chomped down on. I did not expect it to be alive.
Okay.
Stop that.
Stop being alive.
Knock it off.
Stop shoving a child down a ladder to be cooked.
I give the lamb a good kick.
Okay. Give me I'll call that a strength check.
Oh, at least I don't have a negative on that one. It would be a 9.
Oh man, this thing's just like putting up a fight. Like no, does not want to budge.
I give Cotwin a kick.
Right?
This is our dinner.
I point to the cut of mutton hanging up from the ceiling. That's our dinner.
No, that's their dinner.
I'm like, this is basically veal. It's fine.
Look, I understand you've never eaten any kind of delicacy like this, but really, the more morbid, the tastier it is.
I would like
contribute
to
a
make
I
an
look to my
argument.
monkeys for guidance.
Okay.
One has a big cleaver.
I would like to try to use presence to argue that we would rather eat these than the monkeys.
They could be dessert.
I'm trying to do the friendly thing here. These baby lamb people look delicious, much less fur to pull off than monkeys. Is that
Let him go. Down the hatch. I give a kick.
Okay. Give me a strength check.
$18.
Nice. Yeah, one last little push, and finally he just gives in and slips down the hole, and you hear a thud, and you hear some large roach limbs skittering on the floor, and some muffled French talking and French speaking, and and then you hear a of a cleaver, and things kind of go quiet.
That's the spirit cuts.
I peek down the hole and give a titter and just like the good old days.
Okay, so there is some actual mutton to eat. There's some other food if you are that hungry to search for something now, or you can continue. There is a one thing I don't think I mentioned. There is a you're gonna have to climb up on some basically just piles of junk and old cartons and the boxes that you couldn't find earlier. But there is a hatch that will open above you. Now that you're it's not above you, you realize that there is an opening to the room above you, thanks to Margar taking out the wall. It a little risky, but if you look at the diagram, there is that overhang, and someone could potentially get into that room. Otherwise, you're going to have to go back down through the dining room.
So does the other lamb boy child thing just keep?
It's just shaking in the corner and quietly crying in a very pathetic and sad way.
These are big enough to feed
walks
seven.
up to it, puts a hand on its shoulder, and says, "I'm sorry, little one. They didn't make the cuts."
Okay. Do you do anything beyond that, or
no?
Okay. So you'll either have to go back down, or you can try to clamber up through the hole that Margar made for you on the outside of the building, which is probably something of a risky proposition.
I'd like to holler down to the roaches. Is that enough for the meal?
Oh yes, yeah. We are already working on a fine feast for you. It's going to be magnifique.
How many courses?
Oh, there will be plenty. You will be feasting like kings, royalty. I dare say you will feel like you are home.
I definitely perk up at that. Like, well,
Finally.
Why not double down? And I grabbed the other lamb child. Pure greed.
There we
Wasn't
go.
going to, but as soon as they said that, like,
Well, you know what that means. Give me a strength check.
all right. Oh, nat 20.
Wow. So now you've got the hang of how these kids work, and well, they're not goats, but you know, and you grab this kid, you grab this little lamb and take him by surprise. You can tell he's surprised, and you just kind of whip around, do a 180, and just drop him down the hole before he can even react. And he's gone. He's out of the picture. And so you're in this room with limited options on how to maneuver.
I turn smugly to everyone and I'm like, double the kingdom. Double the pleasure.
Well,
wanna grab
who's
a
gonna
table
wriggle
now?
through
You
the
ready?
hole in the ceiling?
You
put
want
my
to?
plug back in my pocket so he doesn't have to see this.
So someone wants to attempt the climb.
I want to suggest. I'm asking who's going to. It's
Oh,
kind of
I see.
undignified for me.
Kind of doing some voluntelling. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, and I'm like, I have secured 2 kingdoms worth of meals. I think I've done enough work, I would say. Looking at the others.
Well,
Margot
Ham
is still
doesn't
looking
like
a little bit
climbing.
green about having almost fallen out of this thing. So not volunteering.
Now, what about you? Whatever your name is.
Harga, I believe I
Assuming
remember
how you do
all
the
my
letterboard
subjects' names.
Oh, Hargan's looking green, but still clutching at his heart. Oh, I can make the climb. Kind of scrambles, leaning against the wall as well as he can to begin scaling up.
Good. Excellent.
Really get some cardio out of it, I say.
Yeah, you look like you could use some exercise.
Now you actually
A
have,
bulging pustule on his forehead and long cough. Anyway,
but you actually have your DR is reduced by 2 for agility tests. So in a lot of ways, you are the right choice.
oh for sure. I just don't know if it's gonna go well.
Okay. Well, give me an agility roll.
All right. 8.
So really a 10.
Oh no, that's with the 2.
Oh, that's with the 2.
Nice.
I would like to burn one of my omens to let Harga re-roll that.
Okay.
Some words of encouragement, like see some fumbling and just a nice swat on the back. I'm like, come now, good man. Like, let's see if this is worth the effort.
After the initial attempt and initial slipping, but bolstered by your words, I try again and go from an 8 to a 9.
You're just sweating profusely. It's hard to grab onto things.
Yeah.
It's all the mud and the filth covering everything. The hands just slide off.
Yeah. Oh, actually, you rolled a 9?
I rolled an 8. I have
And
a
then
-1 and there's a +2. Or I guess, never mind. I'm the +2's cheating. I shouldn't be doing that. That's on the other end of the equation. So I guess it's a 7.
So you did a 7, and that was your last roll?
Yeah.
Wait, but you have a plus. Well, okay, so
I have a -1 for my score, for my agility, and
but you actually have a +2, so
target
that's
number goes down too.
so it's technically a -1. Okay, so and you rolled an 8.
Yes,
You
Okay.
rolled twice.
that's the better of the 2 rolls.
Oh
Yeah.
man.
I hate to say it, but isn't the +2 to the DR of the challenge?
Yeah,
Or it's minus.
It's a minus.
DR.
minus to
Oh,
the
it's
DR,
minus
and that's what I was trying to
Okay.
figure out.
And that's why I was
And
saying 9 at first.
So if it was a
but
12, it'd be
yeah.
difficulty 10, but you've got a -1 to your roll.
Gotcha.
Yeah. So okay, well,
One thing I'm like, Poltroon, help him, and Poltroon just comes and starts smacking your butt cheeks. Like,
well, that
it.
doesn't help. And so Hargarth is falling, and he falls and lands against the closest chimney. And give me a D8.
All right,
I'm sorry.
a 3.
That's how much damage you take.
Okay,
And I'm not sure where that puts you.
let's get 2.
At 2, you are in pretty rough shape and clinging to a chimney.
Cling onto it. Kind of phlegm flying onto it as well. It's just juicy and gross and disgusting. Clinging onto the chimney.
Mm.
Muddy.
And and don't forget the mud. Does anyone?
Oh,
I look at
No,
everyone else.
Good
I'm
try.
like,
Let's go the other way.
yep, let's take the safer route, shall we? It was silly of him to try.
He's still conscious on the roof, though. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Mm-hmm.
He'll make it in his own time.
I have no idea how Margar ended up with one, but Margar has a medicine chest, 4 uses, stops bleeding, infection, heals D6. He's going to take one of those first aid kits, whatever they are, and see if he can toss it up.
Oh,
He's not climbing, but
toss it
up
to him. Okay, that's an agility.
I
We'll
would take
say
one of the
just-
arms off the chimney to try to grab it.
So that's an agility for both. So one of you, so Margar, you need an agility to see how good your throw is. If it's successful, then Hargar has to make an agility roll to see if he catches it.
Yeah, this is not going to work, but
I mean, hey, you're doing the right thing.
if this is a standard DR 12, that makes it a DR 18 for me, and I have an 11.
Yeah, so you
It goes flying.
take out, yeah, and it just goes sailing past Hargar's head and maybe smashes into one of the other chimneys. And yeah, you may not even know, for all you know, Margar might be attacking you. You're not even sure if he was really trying to help you at this point.
All right.
Put
Am
me
I
out of your
still
misery.
rolling if I'm anticipating the throw, or
I mean, you thought maybe he was trying to help and you started to reach for it, but then it just was so wildly off that you realized that it was a futile.
Maybe he was just throwing it away.
trying to shimmy down to a flat surface?
Okay, we'll go with agility on that.
Oh, that's way. Hold on, that was 3 dice. 7.
Well, you're so greasy and sweaty. You slip and fall again. And I'm going to say you land on what is the roof of the cabinet where the messieurs were being held captive. You land on that. I'm going to give you an agility chance to save yourself from falling further, but you also are going to take D4 damage for this initial fall first.
Okay, so damage first.
Yep.
3. That's gonna put me dead, but death
Yeah.
won't have me. I'm too disgusting for death.
True. I mean, that's what they say, but
Oh no.
the reality is,
Oh.
yeah. And suddenly, most of you have lost sight of him at this point. You can't really see past the chimneys, but you hear kind of a weird muffled thud, and then you hear a sound, and you maybe realize that he's skewered on something further down. And sadly, your gutterborn friend is no more.
I'm peeking out. Cutland is peeking out. He's looking around. He's like, well, oh well.
I yelled down, so we'll meet you up top still.
I mean, you don't know any better.
Find some wine.
Kevin, who is your second on deck?
1 second. I'll look that one up.
Is that it?
Kevin, I'm sorry. I hope we didn't force you into killing Arca. It just seemed.
That's fine.
In all fairness, I grabbed the second lamb thinking that would be
dodging.
Nifl's end.
The dodging death power. Did I miss something?
Yeah, there was an ability that mitigated some chance, but that's fine.
Oh, okay. Was that on the...
That's the Gutterborn power.
Oh, dodging death.
But I'll assume that came up wrong.
Well, okay, hold on. No, this is still in play. So keep that character on deck, but give me a percentage roll.
All right. Am I aiming high or low? What helps?
Yeah, you're gonna want to get under.
Under. Rolling. Over. 65.
Yeah.
Impaled.
Impaled. Who's next?
Death decided to do their job today.
There is Borda, the forlorn philosopher. I'll pull this file up.
Forlorn philosopher, Borda. Got it. All right. Borda replaces Hargurth. Okay, so here's the story real quick with Borda. Borda, you are you have been traveling alone as forlorn philosophers tend to do, and you saw this group successfully enter this roving restaurant, this contraption on wheels, and you haven't heard anything for a while, and then you heard a little bit of a commotion, but not much, and then you saw on the second floor, like suddenly a wall was removed by a brute with a mace, and just this wall just disappeared, and you saw that they were all together, and before the unfortunate demise of the Gutterborn, you actually hopped into the dining room, and you made your way up to the kitchen, and you met these roachmen who were busy at work, and after having a very brief discussion with them, you have climbed the ladder up to this room, and I'll let you introduce yourself as you stick your head through the hole into this small food storage room.
Popping the head through the I guess little trapdoor.
Yeah.
There's a disgusting rotten face, kind of thinly veiled under a mask. Apparently that's going around here. Of mostly just disgusting, kind of rotten, but much more put together person than just flew out the window. Peering up, meet children, he says, looking into the room. He has just left thorough debate with the roaches about whether a child made of meat is different than a child made of meat. And they were at an impasse as he stares up into the room at whatever is going on in this damaged, I guess, ramshackle space.
Yes, the meat children are down there. Are you joining us for dinner?
I'm here for dinner. If you're where the dinner's at, I'll follow you.
Well, we've got to take care of a meat golem of some sort up in the attic.
And yes, if you can prove your value, you can join our new kingdom once it's started.
Kingdom? I like a kingdom. There don't see many kingdoms these days.
And I like the cut of your jib.
Well, anything I can do to help you. I'm going to climb up and survey the mutton situation. Looks like, or I guess the lamb situation.
Well, if I think we should head back down to the dining room and head up the other stairs, see if we can't find that meat golem, get it out of the way for chefs so that they can cook us a dinner. And then they'll name their dishes after us. Seems like a fair deal.
Indeed, it does.
Okay. Any dissent?
If that's the cost of dinner, we should do it.
Okay. All right. Well, you pass through the kitchen, and indeed, they are hard at work, the brothers, and they assure you that everything is going to be magnificent and wonderful. And you go back through the dining room, and you make your way up these narrower, stranger stairs. I just need to check something real quick. It seemed like there was something about these stairs that I needed to know about. Okay. No. Okay.
Roll a D100 for how many spiders there are.
Yeah. So you come, there's this also still kind of, the stairs still come to like an attic type door. And you're beginning to get a sense that this thing is just like oddly cobbled together. Like there's none of these rooms were truly designed to join to the other room. And so who is leading into this room?
You know, I'll go in. I'm still not really afraid of anything that's going on here. I think this is just regular dinner fare. Like meat golem, schmeat golem.
Okay. Okay. So Kotlin, you come through first, and then who's behind you? Let's go in order.
I'll be
Actually-
following close behind, dragging,
Before I go up
pushing.
those steps. Oh, go ahead.
Oh,
Sorry.
what were you going to say?
I was to say before I go up those steps, I want to knock on that door to the left.
Oh.
Oh.
When you get really close to the door and as you knock, like it's incredibly loud, and you hear this weird, all sorts of weird grinding noises, and you think you hear like a voice, but it's very faint, maybe cursing, like complaining, like just like really kind of pissed off sounding, but no one answers. No one actually responds to your knocking.
Is it locked?
Do you want to check?
I do.
Okay. It is not locked.
I punch it open.
Okay. You look inside and you see that it is just filled with gears and cogs and all sorts of machinery. It's a lot of it's, it comes up pretty much right to the entrance, just fills the space. And you see climbing around on top and kind of to the side an enormous, like man-sized spider with multiple tools, actually using like spanners and wrenches, like in different arms, and clearly is at work, and it is the source of the cursing.
You there. Why did you not answer my call? I am Cuts, and I demand your respect.
The spider stops for a moment, looks at you. Well, you think it's looking at you. 8 spider eyes,
Naturally.
and it stops and just hisses, and then says, "I don't have time for you. This is no time to talk. I need to get this fixed and get this thing back on track. Go about your business.
No
Go eat
time.
dinner.
Say again?
Go back into the dining room. Eat your dinner. This is not a place for you. You do not work here."
My dinner is not ready.
"That is no concern of mine. I have to get this thing fixed. Speaking of dinner, I am very hungry. And you might do."
I'd like to see you try.
Sadly, I don't have time. Please leave.
As we're walking by up towards the steps, I just peek in. I'm like, huh, clearly servants' quarters, and continue towards the upstairs.
Morton will follow them up the
I'm
stairs.
just rereading the line "arrogant and endlessly aggravated," and I'm wondering how far I want to take this.
I mean,
do I want to kill off Cuts number 1?
Yes, it's kind of my goal here to die pretty soon. We'll see.
I say, then be gone with you. I walk to leave, stop, turn around, and throw my crucifix at him. Just petulantly.
Okay. I guess give me an agility roll.
That is an 8.
Okay. Well, you just threw away a perfectly good crucifix. It goes flying into this room, and it actually like jams. It gets kind of caught in a cog, and this thing hisses at you and says, "You idiot! Leave! Go!"
I slam the door behind me.
Okay.
With as much noise for his little spider's tympanic membrane to register.
Okay. Nice.
I do give Cuts a little golfer clap. I'm like, nothing like slamming the door in the help's face. Yes, you're on your way to being a good duke in my kingdom, Cuts.
And you're next on my shit list, Nithil.
Well, we'll discuss that when the kingdom's settled, shall we? And I rush along.
Nice. Okay. So does everybody else come up to this next room?
I think so.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Margar, you're following along?
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, this was apparently some kind of guest room, you're guessing. It's in pretty bad shape. There were once 2 fine beds, but they've just been completely smashed. I mean, they barely resemble beds anymore. It looks like just absolutely collapsed from something very heavy. Looks like it, but nothing has appeared to collapse in the room. So something clearly sat on them or crushed them somehow. And there's a chandelier, incredibly, still hanging from the ceiling despite the other damage in the room. And there is a chest in the corner. There is in the wall to the left, to the outside of this contraption, you realize that there is like flesh, like something hanging down, and it is like part of the wall, and that there are like these like pink tentacles that are just they're not very long, but they're kind of undulating and moving around on the wall, and you realize that, in a mental map, that this is kind of the backside of that weird mouth that's on the outside of the building. And then there is a door, you realize that you did not see behind debris when you were in it, that leads to the food chamber that you were just recently in.
How fancy does the chest look?
It looks like a pretty decent, above average chest.
This finally looks like something worth Nifl's time, so I'm going to root through the chest and see what baubles I can find.
Okay, it is locked. There is a lock on it.
Hmm.
It's not something you can just open. There does appear to be a lock. You can either try to open it with brute force, or if you have something you can use, or
Yeah. I have a mace.
okay. Yeah.
Your lockpick of choice.
I go, yes, this is what my lost queen used to do to keep me out of things. And I heft the mace and bash the chest.
All right, give me a strength check.
That would be 11.
It is surprisingly sound and just kind of it does damage the surface of it, but it just kind of bounces off, and the bang deserters in the group just kind of look at each other.
I declare this container impenetrable.
Impenetrable or unimpenetrable?
Yeah. Don't correct me. You've lost your dukedom in my new kingdom, and I huff away.
Well, you've lost your dukedom in my kingdom.
Oh boy.
With that declaration in mind, I want to look at those beds and see what they like. Is there any residue on them? Just look if there were meat slabs on top of those beds.
Oh, give me a
Like, where they
presence.
sit.
Give me a presence roll.
Ah. Five.
Whatever crushed them, kind of like the dining room. It seems to have happened a while back. It's really hard to tell.
Well, I still think we're on the trail.
Out of pure spite, Margar's going to walk over and pull out his mace and take a whack at the chest.
Yes. Give me a strength roll.
Okay. That's 18 plus 0.
18. Yeah, the boy, he just you walk up to this thing and it just pops open. And much to Nephel's chagrin, and the first thing, Margar, I assume you kind of pull the rest of it open,
yeah.
And the chest is it's full of glass shards, just lying in a puddle of spilled wine. Maybe you did that. And then in the spilled wine, or what smells like spilled wine, there is a single fillet knife, oddly thin and sharp, but it's nothing. It doesn't look to be anything really special.
I do choose to make the point of, you see, Kotlin, I'm a trendsetter, and that's why you've lost your dukedom. Margar is working his way up to Lord. Well done, Margar.
Margar's
It's
just
okay,
quietly wondering what impenetrable means.
It doesn't mean what you thought it meant.
He's gonna at least dip a finger into the wine and at least take a taste.
Okay.
Probably take the knife with him too.
Okay. Great. That appears to be pretty much what's in this room.
Cool. We found a good vintage for dinner.
Yeah. Yes.
Glass, but that's fine.
So there is a door that goes back to the food storage. There doesn't appear to be. And then there's the weird wall. There's the weird wall, and then there's you're not really sure how to. There's really no way to go up to the next level that you can tell.
Out of weird curiosity, I want to grab this meaty door and see what's through it.
Okay. Well, as you go to do that, okay, this is actually, give me a strength test.
Okay. Shouldn't have as much trouble now. We'll see. 17.
Okay. As you go to do that, these kind of flabby, short, kind of truncated tentacles actually reach for you as you do that. As you go to push on this door, move the door, and they try to grab you, and but they do not succeed. But clearly, this thing is aware of any kind of touching or sensation around it. Clearly aware of your presence.
I'll shake hands with the door then.
Okay.
The tentacles coming from the wall.
You're gonna actually
establish rapport.
Okay. Well, give me another strength.
Oh
check.
no. Another 17.
Wow. Okay, it's this thing. You're trying to shake hands with it. You grab a hold of it, and it's trying to pull you into the wall, and you realize it in time to actually resist. But at this point, unless you let go, it's going to continue to pull at you.
Well, let go, but I'll do that creepy feel the hand thing with the handshake to kind of pet it on the way out.
Okay. Do you so you're letting go of it?
There? I'm letting go of it and trying to get my hand away. But I'm still trying to kind of tickle it, get something going.
Wrapping up Howl's Moving Castle.
Give me another strength check.
Oh my god.
Okay. 13. Yeah. Yeah. It this time as you're kind of tickling it suddenly lunges out and grabs your arm and pulls you, and it actually pulls you through the door, and you find yourself faced with this massive man-sized tongue that is looping, reaching back from the outside of the building towards where you are, and you see that it's surrounded by incredibly large teeth that are filled with all sorts of gunk and decay and possibly things, actual items, and it is going to actually try to take a nip of you. So I need you to roll an agility.
$10.
Yeah, I need you to roll a d4.
All right. 4. I have 1 health left.
Yep, you have 1 health. So this thing, not only it must have taken you by surprise, because it grabs you, you go through the door, and then the tongue just kind of pushes you towards one side of this mouth, and the teeth come down and clamp on you enough to do 4 points of damage.
I'm gonna shout out, "I'm in the mouth! I'm in the mouth!"
Good job. I got a packet of chewing tobacco. Apparently, it's in my inventory. I tossed some out at the tongue. Have some.
Oh, interesting. Well, okay. Give me an agility on how well you tossed it.
All right. 17.
Nice. Wow. Good aim. That seemed to have had some effect, and the tongue is kind of lolling it around and kind of spreading it against a gum. Maybe seems to like it. from what you can tell, you're not in the room. But it looks like it's leaving your new friend alone. Does anyone else want to engage with this strange room, or?
I'm gonna feed it those 3 thumbs.
Okay, give me an agility to see how well your aim is on that. Hopefully, it's better than the medic. Hopefully, it's better than the medical kit.
I keep doing things that I don't think are agility, and it's agility, and that's kind of bad for this guy.
Yeah.
Oh my. So that's a 13 on what would need to be DR 18.
Okay. Well, it's a big mouth. It landed in the room somewhere. You're not sure. I will say, is anyone else who else is paying attention to this? Is Nefel even interested in this, or what is he doing?
I mean, yeah, I watched one of my new subjects get pulled through the wall. I was going to, thankfully, Borda yelled them in the mouth. Otherwise, he was going to be like, well, that's another one down the drain.
What's Cut's making of all this?
He is watching with intrigue and horror.
Okay. I'm going to have the two of you give me a presence check.
Ooh,
okay.
Ooh.
17.
Okay. You notice that there is actually a small ladder hanging down just above the tongue that leads up to the next level, and that you can see an opening in the roof of the mouth that appears to be clear. And also, based on your roll, your eyesight must be pretty good, because you think there might even be what appears to be strips of bacon in the hole leading up to the next level.
I take a running leap and latch on with my jaws.
Wow. Okay. Well, that's definitely an agility roll.
That is a 3. No, that is a 3, and the agility DR is 2 higher.
Yeah.
So it's really good.
So
Can I give you another roll?
it's going to say, does someone want to help him with this, or do you have a way to help yourself?
I want to burn an omen if I can help you get that.
No need. I am going to make an omen roll.
Okay.
I am going to apply it to myself.
Okay.
And how does that work again?
You just apply the omen and you just reroll. It's
one of the 5 things.
Yeah.
I'm going to re-roll my own die.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that's a 7.
Okay. So you basically leap into this room. You are midair for a moment. You thought you had the ladder, and then you missed, and you land on the tongue. And I am going to need you to give me an agility, an agility roll, a different agility roll.
Okay. Natural 20.
Nat 20. Amazing. Okay. Because of that, I'm going to say that even though you failed your initial attempt, this thing was trying to chomp down on you. Not only did it miss, but you actually you kind of hooked yourself up you are now on the ladder and out of danger from being chomped down on. And you also notice that, like, amongst the teeth, there are actually like things in its teeth. But at the moment, you're too caught up in just not trying to be bit and make it up and the bacon, right? So you're on the ladder. What does What does anybody else want to do seeing this?
I'm going
I'd
to
like
try
to try to
something.
scramble towards him to get out of the teeth.
Oh, because you're in there, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry, what was that, Steve?
Yeah, this is Margar. Yes, one of the most unpleasant things that we experience in regular, ordinary, real life is biting your tongue. So that's what he's going to try.
Wow. Okay, well, that's an attack. So, yeah, give me a strength roll.
Yeah. Okay, I have tried to bite things twice. I have missed both times. And have to roll and see whether it gets a free attack on me.
Yeah, so yeah, roll defense, which is an agility.
No, it's a special part of the bite attack feature.
Oh, sorry. Yes.
So no,
I forgot
it does
about
not.
that.
It does not.
Right. Bite attack. Yeah.
Although.
So you have to roll a d6 to see if it gets
I did.
free
I
attack.
rolled a 6.
You roll a 6.
So
Okay, so it does not get it. Okay, gotcha. Yep. Okay.
But I can't let Margar of the enormous protruding thick and sharp teeth fail to bite anything. So I'm gonna spend an omen on try it again.
Okay.
This is not his day. But yeah, so that's a 5 on the DR10. But that's re-rolling the attack, so we've already done the roll to see if it gets the attack on me.
Right. Okay. So interesting. And
he's gnashing his teeth at a tongue.
Yeah, and I will say that it responds in kind, and I will need you to give me an agility roll.
Okay. Thankfully, I'm not quite as awful at agility for defense.
Mm-hmm. True.
Okay. So the DR12 becomes 14, and my 19 becomes an 18.
Okay. So, you're in the clear. Anyone else want to tangle with this thing or wait to see what Cuts does on the ladder and your new friend, sorry, what's his name?
Borga?
Borga, yeah. You want to see what they do first?
Cotlin and I are still in the room.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
We're just watching. We're observing.
Oh, yeah.
So
I'm sure the commentary is amazing.
Nifhil, he's like, we've lost too many servants to this damned thing. And he pulls out a sandalwood box in snakeskin and gives Cotlin a pointed look, and he says,
my father said this was one of a kind.
You think you're the only one who's had an emissary from the land of Duvet? And goes to just take a little swipe at the wall with his dagger.
Oh, okay. Well, that's a strength roll. Just kind of sticking his arm in there.
11.
Close, but not quite.
You missed the wall.
Yeah,
leave the fighting to the servants.
Maybe you're just a little intimidated, and you didn't, even though you sounded brave, you didn't quite give it 100%.
I shout out to Cuts. Cuts, just swing over here. I'll grab the ladder.
Does it pull me out as well? Or
You do need to give me a. Sorry, yes, thank you. You do need to give me an agility check.
As I get pulled through the wall, I do grab Poltron's collar and drag him with me.
Well, we'll see if you actually
reaching out for anything. 14.
You don't get.
Sorry,
pulled.
13.
13. You do not get pulled. Wait, sorry. Do you
For
get pulled
agility.
in? You do not get pulled in. It tries, but you grab your servant, but it doesn't quite. You guys are just kind of like, yeah, kind of shadow boxing here, but nothing really happens between you. It's a weird thing. You're fighting a wall.
I would say that maybe I yelled that loud enough or said that stuff loud enough, like a declaration that we've lost people. And it sounds like we're fighting a wall, so hopefully someone can enlighten us from the other side. Or if they care to, even.
I swing on the ladder and try and make my way back to the door.
Okay.
Trying to
Try to
swing
catch
the
his
ladder back to the
legs
door,
or
rather.
the ladder or whatever I can grab on.
Yeah, I guess we'll call that agility.
Oh boy, I'm great at that. 17.
Yeah, you got the hang of this ladder, and yeah, you managed to swing it back. And is someone going to grab hold of it, or are you kind of securing it once you get close to the wall?
I'm just following orders.
I can grab hold of the ladder.
Okay, that's an agility for you.
Okay. 15.
15, yeah, you managed to grab the ladder. And actually, give me another agility.
All right. 6.
Ah, yeah, there it is. Yeah, the wall does actually kind of. You grab the ladder, but like one of these flaps on the wall like hits you, and give me a D4.
Oh, good. Possibility of just dying outright.
3.
No, I'm just broken.
You're broken. Okay, give me a D4.
4. I think that's die.
It is. You're dead. Yeah. So you grab the ladder, which is an amazing thing, and Cuts is like hanging there on the ladder, and you got a hold of it. This thing
can I omen this D4?
Sure.
Dying.
Wait. Yeah.
I'll use my one omen for.
Yeah.
Nope. A 4 again.
Yeah. This mouth flap, just smacks you upside the head, and like all of a sudden, like you still have a hold of the ladder, and it's still kind of in the room with Cuts attached to it, but you're not moving.
But as my last action before I die, I say, "Ham, you're coming with me," and I use my the portent. Where is it? The flaming brains, and the head of Ham explodes into unholy flames, dealing D12 damage to him.
Okay. Whoa. Here's the thing, though. Yeah, okay, so his head explodes. Right?
No.
But here's the thing. Everyone within 60 feet, including the mouth that you're fighting, takes D4 damage. So I'm going to assume Ham is dead because he takes D12 damage. Like his head just explodes.
Ham's the win.
Yeah, his head explodes, and there's fire. All of a sudden, there's just fire everywhere, and most of you have no idea where it's coming from. But here's the thing. You are all within 60 feet of this thing. This is not a very big room. So I need you all to roll D4.
As I see him go out, though, I'm like, all his lands are mine.
I rolled a 1, and minus the D2 from my fur armor, I take no damage.
There you go. Nice.
You're
hanging on a ladder.
I took 2, and I'm down to 2.
Okay.
I'm about to roll, but I'm at 1 life, and so I'm going to use my omen to do 1d6 reduction. So I'm going to roll them both at once, and if the 6 is higher than the 4, I think I'm okay.
Okay.
Okay, I got a 6 on the 6 and a 2 on the 4, so I think I stay at 1.
Yep, you stay at 1. Okay.
I would have taken 3 points of damage. My armor soaked 2, so I took 1.
Okay.
I'm barely holding on. I'm like, oh my god, this kingdom's gonna be so worth it. You don't even know Poltroon. It's gonna be sweet.
Oh my god. Okay, really, that was crazy good use of a portent. Nice illustration of how that works. It's 11 o'clock. I don't. Are we just continuing? Do we need to take a break?
I'm good to continue.
I'm good to bring this to the conclusion. I don't know.
Yeah, that's
I
the
would
great
really
thing about
love.
being the last game of the day.
I would love to see it through. I do need to use the restroom real fast.
Okay, yeah, and I gotta check something on my laptop, so I could probably use a break. So let's take 5.
All right, we'll take another 5.
All right, thank you.
All right. See you soon.
Okay.
And we're back.
Alrighty. So, Robert, you are no longer Kotlin.
Kotlin is dead.
is dead. Who is your next up?
Next up is the pale one. Obscene weaves the aether.
Yeah.
And just whenever is convenient, I'm just imagining it's getting spit up by the building creature.
That's actually a good call. I like that. Yeah. So here's the thing about the mouth and literally going out in a blaze of glory. Is that that mouth actually took a lot more fire damage than everyone else, and it seems to have damaged it enough to where it's pacified it. It's not moving. It doesn't seem interested in attacking you anymore. Also, the room that you're in, this bedroom, parts of it are actively on fire as well. So you may or may not want to address that. Actually, this pale one, you were actually you were actually being held captive in this maw, and as it becomes pacified, suddenly you just come out of the roof of the mouth where you were
Piece of phlegm.
yeah, and you land on this tongue that's just kind of undulating but not really attacking or doing anything anymore, and I guess you're just kind of sitting or standing there looking at all these strangers, and there's fire everywhere, and I guess
just another regular dinner. Just a normal regular dinner like everyone has. I'm suspicious. I'm sarcastic. Although strangely enough, I'm also doing the black charcoal eyeliner deal.
Oh, sure.
I'm convinced I cannot die. I'm immortal.
Oh,
all right.
So 1 second.
And
sorry about that. So what is the response to this strange person that has just appeared in front of you?
Well, gravity is going to swing my ladder towards the teeth, and I'd like to make a presence check to see what kind of goodies are in the gums.
Oh, very good. Yes. Yeah. Yeah, give me a presence roll.
X that out. 14.
Yeah, you think you see some things. Give me a D12.
$11.
As you swing, you get close to a couple of the teeth nearest the ladder, and you see a very large, like definitely not human, but clearly a femur, a humanoid or human-like bone, but it is quite large, and one end of it is actually wrapped in leather. And
I'm gonna try and snag that.
Okay. Yeah, give me an agility, but it's gonna be a pretty easy roll, I think.
Well, that's a 9.
Actually, good enough. You actually get the end of this femur and you pull it towards you, and yeah, it's like this. It was clearly used as a weapon at one point, and the end of it, the way it's wrapped. And you surmise, maybe based on your experience, that this could be the femur bone of a troll.
Oh. Does my experience tell me what damage die this deals?
Probably 8.
Okay.
To catch up with the rest of the group, if the room I'm in has any fire, Nifhel, living, in accommodations made of stone, doesn't know what to do with a fire. So I drink down my last life elixir for D6.
Oh, okay.
So 2, so I'm up to 4.
Okay.
Just like one last drink, and I'm like, well, Poltroon, I suppose this is it. Let's end it quickly. And I grab him by the collar and jump into the meat door, thinking it's going to spell certain doom.
And it just kind of sits there and is hard to stand on because it moves around a lot.
And when we pop through, I'm just like, my biggest regret is not getting my kingdom back. I stand up and look around. I'm like, oh, and brush myself off. Yes, Poltroon, you fool! I knew it would do this, and I cuff him.
So as Borda tries to untangle his legs from the teeth and kind of put them back together as much as they can be kind of smushed back into shape, he's going to reach into his bag for his prism of ambiguity that would be able to heal him, but also somebody else around. And he's going to look around. Is everyone else? Who else is the most eaten up? I guess.
I have 4 of 6.
Okay.
I have
Well, then
taken
he's just going to
0
make things
damage.
ambiguous for himself.
Okay.
What's that?
I'm good.
Okay. So this power provides a light that will heal up to 2 creatures D6 hit points. For the next hour, one of them lowers all test DRs by -2, and if the test is failed, they suffer D4 damage. And their armor and weapons are destroyed.
Uh-huh.
So it's a little bit of a something for nothing, or something now, now for later.
So you can shine it on up to 2 creatures. Next hour, one of them lowers. Okay, so who are you using on? Yourself?
Board is only going to use it on. I'm only going to use it on myself because I think that the ambiguity part might not play well.
And so
Right.
that means that for the next hour, it lowers all of your DRs by -2. But if you fail, okay, all right.
So I'm going to roll a D6, right?
Yeah.
I got a 6, so I
Well, actually, you need to do a presence test
Okay,
to
presence
see
first.
if you can even make it
14?
work. Yep. Okay, that was easy. And then a D6 for the amount.
And 2.
Okay. So you're back up to
3.
3. Oh, wow. This Borda may not be with us long. Wow.
Speaking of not with us long, it is at this point I realized that the fiery head explosion killed off Cleaver Monkey.
Oh no!
Not Cleaver Monkey.
Poor Cleaver Monkey.
I look down and see
was the
only
best.
one monkey clinging to my leg, and I am heartbroken.
Poor Cleaver Monkey. Well, that Cleaver, if you're interested in it, is called a Filthy Hog Splitter. It does D8, and should have unleashed that on the mouth. If you score a crit, your opponent loses a limb. But if you fail, you become infected.
Is that flammable?
Flammable?
I mean, did my other monkey have the presence of mind to grab it?
Oh, I'm sure. Probably, yeah.
Sick. Okay.
We will dedicate a monument to Cleaver Monkey's name once we get the kingdom back.
Yes,
This
Cleaver
I
Monkey.
promise you, Cuts.
I still can't believe my name is Cuts.
What is
Oh,
your new
Super
character's
Monkey.
name, Robert?
Obscene weaves the aether.
Right, yes, that is such a great name. All
It's
right,
just a regular, normal human name.
right. Oh yeah, totally human. Sure. Okay. So you're all in this maw that seems to have been calmed down or is in the process of dying. You're not sure. There is a ladder. Are we climbing it?
I'm climbing the ladder for sure.
Oh yeah, I'm heading up with Cleaver Monkey too.
Okay. So who's going first? Sorry.
That'd be Guts
Okay.
first on the ladder.
Depending on what Margar and Bordeaux want to do, I'd probably go last, just not wanting to be left alone.
Hmm. Fair enough.
Yeah, I'd go after second, I guess.
Okay.
Is there a door or a hatch or anything at the top of the ladder, or is it just like leading
It's
to
just
the next space?
it's just this hole. Yeah. You're able to just you can see pretty well into it as you enter it. And you all make your way up the ladder without incident. And you're in a fairly large room. This was a lounge of some kind. You suspect that this may actually be or was the Roachman, the chef's quarters, their own private little club room, and it's pretty tacky. It's looks like it's copied from some of the Griff's tackier mansions. If you've been in that part of the world, there is a smelly couch, bunch of paintings on the wall. There is a wooden chest, and there is a closet, tall closet, wardrobe closet, and then a door to what looks like a room across the way from where you enter, continuing on that level.
I'd like to walk over and poke my head through the next door, see what that looks like.
Okay. Okay. The door is pretty easily opened, and you kind of peek your head in, and you see it's a small room, and it is absolutely, this is a hoarder's room. Maybe this is like the chef's crap. You're not sure, but it's just absolutely filled with all sorts of junk. Yeah, you suspect that this might be the Roach brothers, just a room where they just stored crap and collected stuff, and you're gonna have to like kind of make your way through a lot of mess. There is a small window, and in the window there appears to be mushrooms growing of some kinds that you can tell. It's hard to tell unless you get closer. And then it looks like there is, on the far end, there is in fact a short ladder that goes up to, and trying to use a mental map, you think into one of the towers.
Okay, I'm not going to go in there. I'm going to shout out, "Hoarder nest." Leave it there.
I don't mean to be ignorant, but what are we looking for?
A new kingdom for myself, in which you will be the subject. A well-rewarded subject.
Our Trash Kingdom? I've done that before.
Well, a kingdom is a kingdom, but preferably upgraded from trash, I would say.
Okay, well, I guess there it is. Oh, that's it. That's all. We found it.
How fancy is the chest in this room?
It looks as nice, maybe a little nicer than the last one.
I try to open that one.
Okay. It is also locked. So
I'm going to
Margar stares at you, holding his mace in his hand.
Actually, yeah. Not wanting to dirty my hands more, I do like a little like hand gesture, like by all means.
We'll see what happens. 7.
Oh. Okay. Maybe you're holding back for fear of breaking it, but it definitely doesn't get open when you smack it with the mace.
I smashed the wine earlier, so
True. Well, and maybe that's part of the reservation. Yeah, you don't want to break something valuable, and this is a tacky but still expensive room, all things considered.
Another impenetrable foe.
I'd like to open the closet, see what's in there.
Oh, okay. You swing open the closet, and there are at least 20 preserved human skins hanging from coat hangers, gently swaying. They appear to be dancing and twitching, or it's your eyes. You're not sure. And I need you to roll a d6.
Dice 6 roll 3.
Just some more human friends.
One of them, a couple of them actually look like they kind of resemble someone you didn't like in a past life.
Food critics.
They bear a strange resemblance to the person you didn't like.
And you say they're moving. Are they like moving on their own, or like the sway of suits when you open the closet?
You're not sure. It's disturbing. Like you can't. Like there's like just a tiny bit too much movement to just be swaying. You're not sure.
Like the whole building is moving, but something seems off.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, like there's just that little extra twitch to them that doesn't feel quite right.
Only skin.
It's only skins. There's not
like a sweater between them or something.
There's not a scrap of clothing.
Can I put one on?
Sure.
Wiggle in there.
Wow. Okay. Yeah, your new friend is wearing the skin of a dead person.
Looking in the mirror, putting lipstick on me.
Our last
I think I
friends
fit in
are
better
hoarding
now.
Human skins. So.
Well, we know the roaches wear them. We shouldn't judge them for their couture.
I peek in and I'm like, ugh, I would never wear the servant's garb.
Okay. Do we want to revisit the chest, or are we going to leave it alone?
It's dead.
I'm going to take another swing if I can.
I go over to it and I give it a kick.
Okay.
Hit it with a femur, maybe.
Okay. Do you have a femur?
I've got a femur.
Oh, nice. Yeah, give the femur a whack.
The one that's attached to you?
14.
Or
Well, I kick it with my femur. How's a 14? Or sorry, a 15 with my
15. Okay. Let me see. That does not do it. Actually,
Truly impenetrable.
Actually, hold on a second. Yeah, that's not gonna work. It makes a dent in the surface of it. Does anyone have like a crowbar or something?
What are these skins dangling off? What are there hangers?
They're actually on coat hangers. Yeah.
Like metal hangers?
Yeah, we'll say they're metal. Yeah.
Okay, can I fashion a lockpick out of one of those?
Yes, you can.
Or try to do that to get
Sure.
into this. So I'll take another one off. I don't want the earlier one. Another one off. I'll drop it on the floor and I'll take it.
It continues to move just a moment too long after it falls to the floor. Give me an agility check.
Okay. Five.
Nice. I'll give you one of my omens since I've got 4, but I do have a requirement whenever I use an omen. I have to say something cryptic.
No pressure.
My illusion, my mistake. And then you get a reroll.
Okay, and I do have the reduction by 2 for an hour, so I'm gonna.
Oh, okay.
Find that for now.
Yeah. Good.
1.
The hanger breaks as you're doing it and cuts you for D2.
Okay.
You bleed out.
Actually, we'll just say 1 hit point.
Oh, okay. I'm at 2.
Okay. Well, that was a mistake. Truly an impenetrable foe. Who knew?
I don't have a crowbar, but I do have a meat cleaver. Can I use that?
Yeah, you could pry with a meat cleaver. That's kind of the same idea. So yeah, give that a shot.
Can my monkey help with his cleaver?
I guess if Margar shows the monkey what to do, yeah.
Okay.
But let's have Margar give it a shot.
Go
I'm
for
assuming that strength.
That's what
which
a
is
monkey wrench
17.
is.
17?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it pops open like a charm. And there, first of all, there is quite a bit of silver.
Not anymore.
In this, let me tell you
what's silver.
Let me tell you how much. There is. Actually, I have to roll for this. Hold on a second.
Are we robbing the chefs right now?
Well, there is that question.
They just wanted the meat golem taken care of. They said nothing about their
personal belongings.
There's 25 silver in there. So not a ton, but quite a bit. And then there is actually no, sorry, I rolled that wrong. There's 50 silver. And then there is a couple of perfume bottles, some bath sponges, and what looks like vomit in a metal jar, which, well, that's up for one of you to decide what you want to try to do.
I take it. I open it up.
You open it up?
I open up another bottle I have, and I pour some red liquid in there. I close it back up. I shake it. I put it in a pocket.
You put what in it?
I've got 2 bottles of red poison. Red poison.
So
okay.
if someone tries to drink the vomit, they.
Who has the most omens in this group currently?
I currently have 3 left over because I've got.
Does anybody have more
from being pale?
Does anybody have more than that?
No.
Okay, so when this is opened, this suddenly, before you can do the poison thing, it just basically sprays out of this can and attacks the pale one very, very specifically. And I need you to give me an agility roll.
All right. A 3 minus 1, a 2. I'm gonna use a reroll on that one, but first I have to hold on. You can't change what you refuse to confront. I tell the vomit, and I get a 6. So.
Oh man! Wow. Okay. This basically is like a form of ooze, but it's acidic, and it attacks you, and it does D4 damage.
All right. I take 2. Does armor still work on this?
Oh yeah.
Okay. Minus 2, so I take no damage.
Okay. Yeah. So this stuff like sprays out, and then I don't know if you want to proceed with the poison thing at that point, or try to pour poison on it, or.
Yeah, I will poison this thing and then shut it back up.
Okay. I'm gonna say that happens pretty easily. It didn't seem to have much going for it, and that was all that was in that chest.
I would say Nifel greedily grabs the sponges, wanting to bathe himself later. Like that just seems like those are the items he would find valuable.
Sure.
Those are rare.
Yeah.
There is a now that you've spent more time in this room, there is a ladder that as you can see, there's a ladder that goes up, and then there is the door, and then there is a staircase that kind of, you're not sure, it also goes up, but you're not sure like how. Presumably the ladder and the staircase go 2 different ways.
I would like to do a presence to try to listen or try to figure out if we can hear maybe meat thumping around upstairs.
Meat? We're looking for meat?
Yes, we are.
In the short term, but keep your mind on the kingdom, my good fellow.
I see a bunch of meat around me.
Oh no.
There's plenty. There's plenty to go around.
I don't hear anything.
Okay.
Having seen what happened to the pale one with the jar of vomit, Margor's going to take the perfume bottles on the theory that throw them at somebody and they'll shatter and they'll have a bad day.
Okay. That makes sense. Okay. So you're listening. You're kind of going up to those 2 options, like you're climbing up and like listening.
Yeah, I was just trying to give do like a general try to listen or detect anything.
Both are very quiet. You don't hear anything moving really or thumping around. What else might you be trying to sense with or get a feel for or look for?
Smell for the meat.
Just with the one, Nifel is like, well, it's unknowable. This labyrinth, all of these twists and turns.
I'd like to
go ahead.
I'd like to poke my head up the ladder, see where the ladder or not the ladder, the stairway.
The stairway?
Common use channel looks like.
Okay. You stick your head up to the stairway, and it is a pitch black room, whatever it is. I mean, it is just dark. you would need some kind of light source to even make out what's in there.
With Borda's thing, was it just the title, or are you giving off a glow?
It says that an external light source is needed, so I don't think that it lights anything. It might like redirect light, like a prismy thing.
I'll poke my head up the ladder entrance because ladders have never done me wrong this entire campaign.
Okay.
The third time's the charm.
Yeah. You stick your head up through that opening, and there's a lot of broken furniture. There is some light coming through the walls of this room. It's a tall room, and it looks like there's some kind of. You kind of feel like you're in the inside of like a silo or a tower, and there's probably what looks like there's an opening in the top, and what kind of reminds you of like a watchtower. There's a lot of bones and broken furniture, and some barrels, and then just like a lot of debris, just debris on top of that you're not really sure, moldy clothes and rotting things and some animal remains. It's a pretty gross room. They almost looks like some kind of animal may have been like nesting in there, or using it as a place to live. But you don't see anything. But it also doesn't smell like meat, or it's not greasy or anything either.
In that case, that sounds like a job for my ancient gorehound who can sniffle up treasure in the most disgusting debris. I so desperately wanted this guy to die because I have 2 more after him.
Yeah.
But he's just so randomly well built.
He is. Yeah, some characters are like that. So you're going to let your dog loose in here?
Yes.
Okay. And you hear when the dog is beginning to sniff, you hear like some kind of a skittering, clicking noise on the roof above this room, like what looks like might be like a lookout platform.
Please, Reginald, my friend, be okay.
Cuts! Who let that dog out? Who?
Okay.
Wow.
I follow the dog.
Oh, and there is a ladder, sorry, that definitely leads to what this looks like, this platform.
All right. I climbed the 4th ladder of the campaign.
The 4th ladder of the campaign. Okay, that's a bit of a surprise. You climb the 4th ladder of the campaign, and you see 2 creatures as you kind of poke your head out, and they are some fearsome looking things. You're not even sure what they are. You've never seen anything like them, and actually they give me an agility roll.
Okay. All right. I was going to ask for a presence check to see if they had kind eyes, but
You can do that.
All right. That is a 13.
They do not. They are not kind.
All right. And then the agility check.
Mm-hmm.
Is this a defense or just general agility?
This is to see whether or not they notice you.
Oh, okay.
This is like a stealth check.
Well, good thing I got a 9 with +2 to the DR.
So that's an 11. They don't seem to notice you. They are both preoccupied with looking out. They are clearly on they are a lookout, basically. One of them even has a spyglass.
Oh.
I know. Fancy one.
I am. Mm. Those,
Also,
that is
clearly not meat. Also, clearly not a meat golem, but
right. That is very fearsome. I gently close the hatch behind me and go down the ladder, making as little noise as possible.
Okay.
I collect Reginald, put him in my pocket, go down the other ladder, and just say, "Don't go up there."
Okay.
I'm going to come down the stairway also to join kind of the rest of the group. And when the mouth exploded with fire, did that burn up anything in this room? Is anything in this room like on fire, kind of?
No,
Okay.
not anymore.
It's too dark to see up there. We have to figure something out if we want to go up there. Or
Oh, I see what you're saying. You were looking for a light source.
Yeah.
I mean, if that's what you're thinking in terms of resources, sure, you could probably get something going to make a torch.
Well, I was thinking there's the smashed chest and possibly something on fire, and I could mangle the couch.
And there were some bed sheets, and there's the couch, and yeah, I'm sure there's something you can set on fire to make a torch.
All right, well, I'm going to set to work whatever looks like the most direct way to make a torch here. If there's any fire in here, I'd prefer not to go back through the mouth if that's possible.
I sadly relinquish one of the sponges.
Great cost. It's a great cost.
I hardly knew you.
Truly generous acts of a truly benign leader.
Perhaps we could stick it on a coat hanger, and I also have a bag of 18 small sharp stones. Maybe I could click them together to get some sparks going.
Does nobody have a fire kit?
I have nothing that provides fire or light.
I have a tent.
Okay.
Not unless there's a means of fire in the medicine chest to like disinfect.
Yeah, someone's gonna have to go back through the mouth, I think, to get back to where there's fire.
Well, if we can kill me twice, I have fire steel.
All right, I'll descend the ladder to the mouth.
Okay. It's still pretty passive, and I'm gonna say you managed to get some fire from something that at least is still smoldering enough to, you can blow on it and get it to go again.
Okay, I'm gonna grab one of the broken splinters from a chest and kind of wrap it up into smoldering bedding and try to get something going with that.
Okay, so you get back up to the lounge and you're gonna go up the stairs. Is that the idea?
That's my plan.
Okay.
So we didn't use the sponge?
You can use the sponge.
Oh, thank God. I tuck it back away.
I would never steal from the kingdom.
I eye your sponges.
Oh, wow.
Didn't know they were so valuable.
So, you go to so you're entering with this torch that you've made?
Once I get up there with the torch, I would like to go up the stairs again with the torch.
Yeah. Okay. You start to go into this space, and the torch goes out like instantly, and there's like a coldness, like almost like it just got snuffed the moment you entered with the torch, and it's just pitch black again.
I'd like to stick my head in the room and try to take a couple breaths.
Okay. And what are you hoping to do with that?
I'm just seeing if there's like no oxygen here, if it's like an air thing or like.
Yeah, it's a strange thing. You don't. It's not a lack of oxygen necessarily, but there's clearly a presence in this room and something that is not going to allow, apparently, at least a torch to burn. So, yeah.
Well, leave my exposed and rotten head in the space for just a little bit and hear if I hear anything's moving.
Okay. Give me a presence check.
I do yell. I'm like, Borda, you're working yourself up to a lordship. And I turn to Obscene and I'm just like, and your name is much too long. I'm calling you OT for short.
11.
OT?
OWTE. Can't you spell?
No. Well, I do know one spell, but it makes people die.
This is an 11, but the target number goes down 2.
Okay. There.
And if I pass, I take or if I fail, I take damage.
Right. You don't fail, but you're
okay.
You're not like there's something in this room, but you cannot see it, at least with the torch and with your vision. But there's definitely like an evil presence in this room. But you're also pretty sure it's not what you're looking for.
Doesn't smell like a delicious steak in this space.
Doesn't smell like meat. No.
Okay, I'm gonna duck back down and say, seems like there's no meat in there, but it is very scary.
Well, Poltroon,
steady on.
Yeah, it's your turn.
I'm still really confused. What kind of meat are we looking for? I see plenty of meat.
Something scarier.
Scary meat.
Scary meat. Can't have normal meat. Normal meat's not as sweet.
And I just like wave the flaps of skin over my arm. Okay. Scary meat. Let's go into the junk room and up that ladder. Look for scary meat. I scamper on all fours.
Okay.
Oh.
So the junk room, yeah. Yeah, there is just all sorts of crap in here. There is a small window, as I mentioned before, is blackened and greasy. And once you actually get in this room and start moving your way through it as best you can, definitely a kind of a rancid meat smell. Definitely traces of grease. In the window are these strange black mushrooms growing on the windows sill. And you're not sure if that's something the chefs did deliberately or if it's just something that's happened over time. Yeah, if does anybody want to search through the stuff that's in here, or are you just trying to get through it?
I would like to collect these mushrooms.
You would like to what?
Collect 2 of these mushrooms.
Okay, just pick them and take them with you.
Pocket them, yeah.
Okay.
I'd like to once again use my Gorehound.
There we go.
Sniff out some treasure. Sniff a lot of treasure.
Okay. Gorehound doesn't seem interested in anything in the room, but he does beeline and begins sneezing at the short ladder on the far end.
Oh dear.
Nifel would see it below him to search through junk like this, so he's ready to continue on.
Then I'll head to the ladder and see what's up the ladder. What's the door like? What's up on top?
Okay. This door, there is like a little like attic door that you're gonna have to push open. Who's doing that?
I'll crawl up and push it open slowly and spookily.
Okay.
I'm like, good initiative, Borda, and I cuff Poltroon, and I'm like, you could learn a thing or two from him.
Nice.
Kevin, you got muted
Oh,
for
sorry.
just a split second.
Oh.
You said something, but
Not important.
Okay. So you.
I'm going to take a moment and pour out my my 4 wizard teeth on a surface somewhere.
Okay.
Which allows me to roll 4d6.
Yeah.
Of which nothing happens.
Okay.
Had I gotten any 6s, would allow me to maximize my damage. But yeah, 2, 3, 5, 5, no 6s.
Mm-hmm. You stick your head through this door, and you look around, and you see on the far wall, pretty expansive library of what appears to be cookbooks. There is a ladder in the middle of the room leading to presumably another room and another level. And there is, but kind of moving around the books is a dark figure. You're not sure if it's a ghost, if it's a spirit, if it's you're really not sure what it is. It does appear to be ethereal, like you can kind of see through it, but it's just a shadow. It doesn't turn to look at you. It has its back to you, and it's actually just looking through the cookbooks. It's holding a cookbook in kind of a semi-transparent hands and thumbing through it and maybe humming to itself. You hear a humming.
I trust this ghost. I'm going to enter the space.
Okay. It doesn't turn to look at you. It just continues thumbing through the cookbook in its hands.
The master chef.
I'm gonna approach it then and say, "Hello. Reading anything good over there?"
It does not respond.
Perfect. Can I look through it to see the titles of these books?
Boy, it's a lot of them are pretty dusty, and
I want to find the most upsetting one.
There does appear to be a book with the title of with something about cannibalism that you're not sure.
Man.
It's not to serve. It is. I should have said that actually. Yeah, it's to serve man. It's actually there's a couple of books that seem to allude to cannibalism.
Okay. Not expected here. That seems.
It wouldn't be to serve man. It would be to serve lamb. I'm just saying. No.
But just no B.
If there's only one thing on the menu.
If I'd been on my game, man, I should have said that. That's good. Yeah.
I think it's safe.
So yeah, but whatever it is, it's not acknowledging you or paying any attention to you.
Okay, well, I guess I'll look around, see if there's anything else in here. It's just the books. Is it just one bookcase, or?
Yeah, it's just that bookcase on the wall that covers most of the wall, but that's all that's really in there, and the opening that you came up through, and then a ladder to the next level, which the ladder is looks greasy.
Okay.
How about this for a book title? The Culinary Abominations, Unholy Delicacies for the Deviant Palate.
Ooh.
That's fantastic.
Thanks, Chat GPT.
I think I see its trail going upstairs.
Are you talking like back through the?
I'm talking like down to
Okay.
everyone who's in the other room.
I poke my head in, see the situation, and I'm like, well, my soon-to-be lords, my wet nurse always said, don't mess with spirits. Continuing forward.
Wow.
I wouldn't know anything about wet nurses. Never mind.
So what are we doing?
Well,
Uh,
if people come up, I'm going to go farther forward, but I don't want to go
I'm
like
gonna
too far away
come
from the group.
I'm
Okay.
following.
I'm going in. I'm heading straight for the scary meat
Okay.
that I think is existing.
So who's
somewhere
going in
here.
first?
I'll do it if no one else wants to.
Well, you said straight for the scary meat, so I was going to give you a chance.
Okay,
I'd do
yeah,
otherwise.
I'll do it.
All
I'll
right.
do it.
Okay.
Okay. So you kind of assemble, and then it's one by one, and you come to a conical room with a door on one side. There is this door that you have to push open, and as you push it open, you see dead. Well, you're not sure what they are. They look like massive, featherless, like defeathered turkeys or vultures, or the remains of them, just strewn all over the room. Carcasses, and there's just swarms of flies. Like as soon as you open the door, like you almost get like a mouthful and nose full of flies. Like and you realize that there's this in the background, was there's this subtle buzzing noise, and in the middle of the room is this massive golem who is quite terrifying.
I have a response
nice.
to the flies, but I don't know. I would like to use the portent I received of maggot mouth.
Okay. Yeah, explain that one.
Your tongue becomes a massive wriggling maggot from which a crow-sized horsefly emerges and attacks an enemy until killed. D6 damage on bite, and it has 2 HP. The maggot flesh rots and you never speak again. So Nefel's last words are, "Oh, all these fly! I will show you a fly."
Those are his last words. Amazing. And none of you have to listen to Nefel anymore. That's the real win. Wow. Okay. So yeah. Here's the thing, though. This is a ladder. So how are you going to confront this thing other than releasing, sacrificing your tongue and releasing a giant fly, which is like the size of a crow, which is astonishing to all of you. After Nefel's last words, all of a sudden he just kind of vomits this saliva drenched fly that comes out of his mouth, and there's blood everywhere. So I guess the fly gets to attack, but what's the plan for everyone else?
Oh, I'm running up. I'm gonna do a power at some point.
Okay.
I rolled earlier. It says for my thing I get a randomly rolled power every day. I rolled earlier and I got the Daemon of Capillaries power, so I'm gonna try to use that at some point.
Oh, cool. Okay. Yeah.
Though whether or not I actually.
So you're the first up, right? Up the ladder?
I think, yeah, up the ladder. I think so.
Okay, so is that something you're gonna try to do right off the bat?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay, who's behind Obscene?
I think I'm probably going second, but I'm gonna try to enter the room and then get a far side from the meat golem and start ruffling through my pack.
Okay. And then
I probably would have been up next from all the tales, the ghost tales my wet nurse told me. So getting out of that room was kind of important.
sadly we will not get to hear about it.
Yeah.
And then
I'm gonna go up and use my portent full of life.
Oh, wow. Yeah, tell us about that one.
So on a presence DR14, one target's body becomes filled with squirming maggots, and the target dies in D4 turns. All food within 30 feet becomes infested with maggots until you die. So I'm giving it an infestation.
Yep.
And hopefully it dies.
Oh, but the restaurant.
The presence.
The restaurant.
But you do have to pass. Yeah, so you do have to pass a presence. Yeah, we'll get to that. You do have to pass a presence of DR14 for it to happen.
Yes. Okay.
Yeah. So, okay, and then Margar, what are you thinking?
Okay, so I'm not sure how you categorize beings in this game. Would you consider this thing a living creature, given that the roach guys like their food very fresh?
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I'd say it's alive. It's not undead.
Okay. All right. In which case, I'm going to use a portent as well.
Okay.
Sweet decay. The flesh of one living, undead or immune creature begins to rot, doing D4 damage for D4 turns. The stench of a rotting carcass assaults you and your companions, toughness DR14, or vomit so violently each of you bleed, doing D2 damage.
Wow. Okay, so we got potential power being used against this thing. We've got 2 portents, and we've got a fly that's already been activated that's going to attack this thing just for good measure, I guess. Wow, this is like going nuclear on this thing.
I love the image. This is like
powers.
Yeah,
like the equivalent of a SWAT team busting in and just shooting the place up. No questions asked.
Yeah,
a
it
lot
really
more
is.
maggots involved.
But one of us is losing the ability to taste the meal. One of them is going to ruin the meal.
Yeah, exactly. So, yeah, this is going to destroy all food. Well, within 30 feet. Yeah.
You just can't come near the chefs.
Right. Yeah. So, this is a lot. I guess we need to roll, or someone needs to roll initiative before any of this happens, just to see if this guy even gets a chance to do much to you.
All right, I got a 1.
Okay, he's up. And Obscene was first in, so
first out.
Yeah, he might be first out. So the flies, first of all, so because on these portents and these presence checks, the flies give you a -2 to all agility and presence test until the end of combat.
Ooh.
So that's a thing. So we got to remember that.
And defense is agility, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
So it's and then this thing is just going to try to, I guess, backhand you with a big meaty arm. So give me an agility before you do your power or whatever you're gonna do.
All right, that's a 9 - 3, a 6. I'm
So
gonna do
+2 because of Poltroon.
Oh, okay.
So I got an 8.
You got an 8.
I'm gonna do another omen.
Sure.
And I'm gonna whisper to the scary meat. And one day, your name didn't make me smile anymore. And I'm gonna try to re-roll that. 14.
That's awesome.
-3, 11 +2, 13 total.
13. That is a hit. Yeah. So
they hit.
Oh, sorry, 13. No, that's not a hit. Sorry, never mind.
Quite the opposite.
Quite the opposite. No, sorry. So you are good. You saw it coming. He probably isn't moving very fast. So are you going to use a power?
If it's my go, then yeah, I'm just gonna use a power.
Okay.
So I have to roll presence on that.
Mm-hmm.
Difficulty 12. I get a 3.
Ooh.
I'm gonna use my final omen. The first look around here for some.
And you have a -2 also, so.
Oh, on presence as well.
Yeah, agility and presence is a -2 on your roll. So.
Got it. All right. I'm gonna say, don't die before you're dead, and try again. 16, 14 for presence.
All right, you pull it off. So what was the spell?
Okay, well, one creature, it's Daemon of Capillaries. One creature suffocates for d6 rounds, losing d4 HP per round. So for 6 rounds, losing 1 HP per round.
So, okay. So over the course of 6 rounds, 1 HP. All right, let's go to Nephil's fly. Give me a strength roll for your fly.
All right. Uh, 11.
Oh, so close. Probably got confused by all the actual normal size flies and didn't quite land the attack. Let's go to.
Oh, I didn't do the. Is it minus?
-2, so it was even lower.
Oh, it would have been 9 then.
9, yeah.
Poltron's given us the +2, so.
Oh, we would
for
have
the
balanced
first
out.
round.
Gotcha.
Yeah, first 2 rounds, yeah.
Okay, so who was doing the other portents? Yeah, Steve. Margar, what was your?
Sweet Decay. The flesh of one living creature begins to rot, doing d4 damage for d4 turns. Just rolled that. It takes 4 points of damage in the first turn, and then 8 more over the next 3 rounds.
Okay.
Meanwhile, however,
wow,
the stench of the rotting carcass assaults you and your companions.
That's
so if I'm reading it correctly, we each need to make a toughness DR 14.
Correct.
Or throw up, bleed, and take D2 damage.
So I need all of you to do a DR 14 toughness.
Toughness.
I think this is our first toughness test.
I think I got a -3 here.
Niffel's just, alright.
No, I'm gonna fail that one.
Oh.
No. 13.
Oh.
Well, I got a 6, which is a no matter what I die. But
okay.
Just to be clear, it's a D2 damage, so either 1 or 2 points. It's
I'm gonna take 1d4 for failing and 1d2 for the thing.
It does sweet decay. Yes, it does D2 damage. So 1 or 2. So roll a 4 and divide it.
Oh,
okay.
I rolled a D6.
Oh, you can do it that way.
2 damage.
I took 1 damage for the effect and 3 damage for my curse. I asphyxiate
so this,
from the
sorry
sting.
about that.
Yeah, suddenly you're all just like standing around this opening to this room, and this towering meat. This is meat towers, looming over you, and you feel like something's happening to it, but you're not sure what. But the next thing you know, you just get like hit by this wave of rotting meat smell, and you're not sure if it's from him or where it came from, but you're all just puking. And yeah, who died of asphyxiation?
Corda.
Oh, dude, you're down to your last guy, but I think it's.
I think he's not showing up this time.
It'll be part of the conclusion, maybe.
Yeah.
How did everybody else
Be there for
fare?
dinner.
I took 1 damage,
Okay.
Yeah, I took 1.
so I'm down to 3.
Okay.
I'm down to 1 hit point.
Wow. Okay, and then the last portent, I think the last thing happening was
These
the
cuts. Yeah, the full of life.
full of life, which is such a brutal. So you do that, and all of a sudden,
I haven't rolled.
oh, go ahead. Yeah, sorry. Yeah,
I've rolled raw 14 for this.
yep. Oh,
and that's
minus
a
2.
4.
Minus 2. So
No, I have +2 to presence.
Oh, plus 2.
So
so
plus
it's
2 minus,
14.
so it's a raw 14.
But
But I
you
rolled
gotta-
a 4.
You rolled 4. I
rolled
am going to
4.
burn my last omen to help.
Yes. Do
You're
it.
wonderful. Finish him. That's a 12.
Oh, that's why it's a gamble. Yeah, nothing really happens, but this thing's already in pretty rough shape, but it's not down for the count. And it is going to, it's still going to take a swipe at Obscene because it's the closest target. So I need Obscene to give me a agility.
This is our
And
second round, right?
Yeah,
Like
second
we're
round.
moving into the, so you still have a
minus-
+2.
Oh hell, I've just got a -1 then. 16.
Nice. Okay, so yeah, you dodged a bullet on that one. Hit staggering around. What else do you want to do to this thing?
I'm going to throw a bottle, the vomit, poisoned vomit on it.
Oh,
You just want me to do the poison thing?
yeah, just
Okay. It's toughness DR 12 or D10 damage. Do you want me to
Okay.
roll for them?
Yep.
All right.
You roll for it.
All right. A 6.
Okay,
And I don't know if that's them resisting the poison or the poison affecting them.
so it is. It's an attempt to resist the poison, but on a fail you take damage. So
Okay.
yeah.
Then they will take 1 damage.
So it's staggering around, and I'm gonna say it staggers towards. So who's down? So Borga is dead. I'm gonna say it kind of staggers towards Margar, and Margar, I need you to roll an agility.
Okay, so the defense.
Mhm.
All right. So, so DR +2, but we still have the DR -2.
Mhm.
Okay.
Yeah,
so,
there's flies everywhere.
So it is a straight 12. Okay, that's a 17.
Okay. Anybody else have any tricks up their sleeve on this guy?
Nifel, seeing all this chaos, just goes,
Yeah. This room is
And-
nuts.
and brings a black veil down across his mask and vanishes to everyone's eyes. I'm glad we defined this thing as living. I was worried it was just going to start following me around. Yeah.
Yeah, that's awesome. Anyone else got anything they want to do?
Yes. Monkey 2 with the fancy cleaver
Yeah,
goes in for the kill.
do it. Strength.
16.
Nails it. Roll some damage.
And what does this do again?
D8. It's a wicked.
Oh my.
It's a wicked thing. It's as big as the monkey. I mean, it's like he's got it like overhead. Like he's doing like a whole summer, I think, with
This
this.
is Final
Cleaver.
Fantasy monkey.
Yeah, he like leaps in the
That
air and just like is screaming, and it's a whole thing.
And it does 2 damage.
Well, here's the thing.
Shaves off some meat.
No, he comes down on its head and it
Oh.
splits, and like you realize that all this meat was like just kind of growing together, and even like there's like sinews that were like keeping it sewn together, and it just falls apart, and there's just like cuts of meat everywhere, and it stinks because of the portent, and you're kind of sliding around on it, those who are still alive and standing, and your monkey looks incredibly proud of himself staying in the middle of all of it.
Go, Reginald.
Yeah, and yeah, this thing's dead.
Sweet. We've got the scary meat. Scary meats.
We got scary
Not
meat.
so scary anymore.
No.
We
Yeah.
got the meats.
Where did the other one go? They disappeared.
Yeah.
Oh well.
Yeah, what's your comeback to that, Nifel?
Yeah.
Well, nothing to be done. I guess he's gone. Let's go down and claim our dinner.
All right. So who was your third character, Kevin?
Oh, Gritter, the heretical priest. I think that I am probably going to be dialing off here pretty soon, though. So probably not
Okay.
going to introduce it unless you just want to.
Well, no, I was just going to say you make your way back down, and you get down to the dining room because I think that's the only way you can get back, and you're actually surprised how cleaned up the dining room is. This is all of you who survived. You walk past the corpses of a couple of your former comrades, and you get down to the dining room, and the Pepper Whistle and his brother are there, and they actually have this wonderful lamb on display with all these sides, and they come to our table and eat all you can, except for as soon as who was it? Was it Cuts? Who did the
Cuts
sweet
cast the portent.
Yeah, all of a sudden Cuts enters the room and it all like begins to writhe and squirm with maggots, and the food is suddenly goes from looking delicious to disgusting.
I come shambling up in the skin, and I'm like, "Oh, looks good."
Doesn't affect you.
Done a great job.
And right about that time, Gritter like walks to the front door, like, this something smells good.
The visibly shell-shocked priest
Anymore.
looks at the horrible sights.
So
Nifel unveils himself and just goes,
truly a disappointing end to a long meeting. Boy, that
All
person
I
just
want to
really
know
went...
is when we walk out, is the donkey still there?
Oh, yes, the donkey is still there.
A happy ending after all.
Just that you, as long as Cuts is around, no one can eat at this restaurant, and the brothers are just like,
Mon Dieu!
Sacre bleu!
Sacre bleu, what's going on? What is happening to our food? I don't know if Cuts explains.
I like
it or
that that's
just...
kind of where we came into that galley in the first place.
Yeah.
All came full circle.
It did. I did not expect the portent to spoil the entire restaurant. That's hilarious. That's never thought about putting those two together. So that
That's
worked
so
out
good.
incredibly well. Yeah, really went sideways in a way that I did not expect.
It's
So
really an appropriate ending if you think about it.
It really is.
I think so. Like I said, it's you reached your objective, and yet you feel like you accomplished nothing. It's pretty futile and disgusting.
If I had hit the spider, would he have killed me?
It would have been a pretty good fight.
Okay.
Yeah, he's pretty tough. He's actually pretty tough. Yeah.
Because I had this whole great reveal planned where a new person named Cuts would come up,
Right.
and he would also have two monkeys. Every one of my Cuts had monkeys.
They all had monkeys? I didn't notice that.
Yeah, no, the second one has two monkeys, and then the third one comes in, and he has two monkeys, and you think, oh, okay, that's it. And then he has a third monkey.
Yeah, the animal aspect of this game, the mascot, like the small vicious dog or the dog that can sniff things out, like it's weird. Like it's and surprisingly useful. And then like even having like a servant, like the servant thing is weird. There's a I have not played a game where you run into that sort of thing where it's just kind of tossed in like, oh yeah, you've got a jester that runs around
when
with
it
you.
all lines up and everyone's got them. Yeah.
Yeah. It's really weird, and the animal thing is just a trip because, I mean, basically the monkey won the battle. Ultimately, I mean,
Yeah,
if
at
you
the end of the day,
had
the monkey
survived
won.
enough rounds, he would have died anyway because of the other portents. But I mean, he just finished the job. It's like
The
that's
monkeys, I think, were more effective than any of us overall.
That's exactly. I mean, that kind of
Except
goes
for my
back.
first hit on the bandit outside.
That's true.
That was
Yeah.
it. That was
That's
it.
true. You started really strong. That was pretty impressive. Yeah, you
And it
just
was all like
skewered
one
that.
damage. One damage.
Yeah.
I couldn't even break open a chest or hit a wall.
You never did. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Yeah.
I couldn't successfully use the giant disgusting teeth. So, yeah.
Neither could I.
Yeah, the teeth thing's a good flavor thing. I don't know if it's really meant to be an effective attack, but yeah.
Well, I mean, it does. At least in this case, it does as much damage as the mace,
true.
and is easier to hit.
That is true.
BR 10 instead of 12.
That is true. Yeah. So, thoughts on Morkborg?
Loved it.
Yeah.
I love it.
Thanks for running it. I hope your charity thing's going well. Are you're doing more days? You're doing more tomorrow or something?
No,
Or
this is it for me.
Oh, this was the one? Or I mean,
yeah,
the whole charity thing.
Yeah, the Meowrathon is going through Sunday.
Okay,
11
cool.
o'clock at night.
Yeah.
I have a D&D game as the final game on Sunday night. So,
Well, good luck with that.
Just
Looking
like
forward to that
vanilla
one.
5e.
yeah, 5e.
Nice.
Yeah.
And
So,
all the slots full?
They are. They filled fast.
Cool.
But let's go ahead. In case anyone watches the VOD, you go ahead and remind everyone who you are and plug anything you might want to plug and say goodnight.
Okay. Who wants to go first?
Mine's short and simple. Sorry.
No, go ahead.
Because I don't have much. I'm Josh. Thanks for watching. Please continue with the support this weekend. I'm part of the OD&D crew. And thanks everyone on this game. It was a lot of fun.
Yeah, I'm Robert, and really got nothing to plug. I'm just here to play Morkborg. It was a great time, and I didn't really know what the charity event was. I just kind of happened here, but I've got a cat. I support the cause. That's great.
Nice.
I'm Kevin. I appreciate OD&D setting this up. Nothing to plug, but appreciate the event.
I'm Steve, tall halfling on the socials. I'll be back on Sunday for that final D&D game, and I'm also just about to start a D&D mini series on Advanced Dungeons and Intermediate Dragons. I always have to struggle over their name, but that also starts on Sunday.
Oh, cool.
Nice.
Busy weekend.
I'm Hagen. I make trombone champ charts, and I stream with my best friend at twitch.tv/nerdflotilla. This was so much fun. Thank you, Dan, and everyone at OD&D for setting this up and supporting cats. I like cats.
Yeah.
Well, thank you
And,
guys. It was awesome. Oh, go ahead, Matt. Sorry.
Oh, that was it. I'm Matt, and yeah, I glad I could participate in this, and hopefully we raise some money, and it's a good cause, and hopefully they'll have me back next year to do this again. So
It was fun. I enjoyed listening.
all right,
Have a good night.
all right,
Yeah,
thank you.
everyone.
Take care.